You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to H.E Parker Reserve, the Eastland match of the round between Heathmont and Croydon. About to get underway out here, and certainly a cold afternoon in Melbourne, but a big game in Division 2 with the Jets looking to enter the top 5 for the first time this season. If they're to do that, they're going to have to get past the Blues, last year's grand finalists, who currently sit 4th on the ladder. A lot to get to this afternoon. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager with the Eastern Football Netball League. Joined by Chris Cordes and Scott Hardy in the studios. Chris has just come back from the women, so certainly been busy himself this morning, Chris. And I'll give you a chance to set up first. But Scott Hardy, great to have you back on board as well for a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Thanks for having us. I'm not too sure whether I'm supposed to be sitting or standing at the moment. There's chair shortage and height issues on stands.
Yep.
But it's nice to be up here at the moment before I go down to the boundary. I've been told that the weather's going to be staying clear and the brollies aren't required. So hopefully that's
good news.
That's the case. I've even brought the beanie along, so I wasn't too sure what the weather was going to dish up today. But looking forward to a really good contest between two sides that really need the win against each other and just to sort of put themselves within that top 4-5 sort of position and lock that in.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Chris, obviously a big afternoon ahead, and in terms of the context of the Division 2 season, now into the second half of the year, this one's quite big. And if either side, the Jets or the Blues, get a win here today, it will go a long way to their chances of playing finals and getting a good position in the 5-2.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's like you said, it's a massive game. I mean, looking at it, Croydon I don't know how other people have seen it, but for me, it's somewhat flown under the radar to now being 4th. They've just kind of been plodding along and picking up wins here and there. And on the other side of things, we've always been looking at Heathmont and their start to the season going 1-5 and kind of scratching our heads and thinking, what's going on there? How is that happening? And they're starting to build up some form and pick up some momentum and charge nicely towards final. So I'm stoked to be. I'm really excited. You're right. A win for either team is going to go a long, long way for their seasons. Heathmont will win, and they're really, if not in the top 5, really banging on the door, and then Croydon can pick up a win themselves. They start to close the gap between them and the likes of Temple Style and Turner South and even Surrey Park in that top 3. So it'll be a brilliant game ahead of us. But yeah, like you said, massive ramifications for whoever gets up on top. Yeah, certainly right. And before we do get to it, obviously, if you've been on Facebook or Instagram this morning, you probably already know. But unfortunately, we did hear from the Basin. They made a statement earlier today that their player, Talia Briggs, has unfortunately passed away. And we are saddened to hear the news of the sudden passing. Obviously a very valued member of the EFNL community. CEO Jai Bond has put out a statement on our social pages if you want to take a look on that. But to recap it as well, on behalf of the EFNL and the wider community, we extend our deepest condolences to both to Talia's family, friends and everyone down at the Basin Football Club who are doing it really tough at the moment, and encourage all players, clubs and teams to support each other through this. Encourage those who may require support to reach out to the league for resources and support networks during a very tough time. So once again, we do send our condolences to everyone down at the Basin and Talia's family as well. In terms of the senior men's competition today, we will talk about this game in a bit more length in the coming time, as well as have to speak to both the senior coaches, Rhett Jordan and Scott Hamill, in the pre-game. Let's go through some of those games across the divisions. So we'll start with Premier Division. South Croydon take on East Ringwood out at Cheon Park. It's a big game for both sides, as South Croydon are coming off, they had a really good run before their loss to Noble Park, which they might have been a little bit disappointed with. East Ringwood we saw live last week, and their first loss of the season, and they do get the skipper back in James Below, and
For me, I think East Ringwood, I don't think they're going to have the 100-point win as they did against the Dogs in round one, but for me, I think East Ringwood will still get the job done this afternoon, Scotty.
Yeah, I agree, and obviously a little blip on the radar there for East Ringwood, which is going to happen sort of through a season. You're very lucky if you don't have a drop, and I think sometimes you need those drops just to sort of go, hang on a minute, like, you know, this isn't going to be the easy sort of 4 points every time. I think you're sort of speaking to some of the boys the other week and sort of saying, well, East Ringwood at the moment, they're just the standout when you look at them in competition. But then, you know, on the flip side, they're not undefeatable, and that's part and parcel of footy. So
it's good for the comp.
Oh, of course, you don't want to. Well, good for us, I think.
Yes, for us
to sort of have that talking point, because you've got a side that's just dominating, and we obviously sometimes have seen that in years gone by in lower sort of divisions. You know, having that sort of standout team that you go, well, they're just going to play finals and then going to get promoted and everything like that. But yeah, for actual Premier, it opens the competition. I think it'll be a good contest. South Croydon have had their good wins, but yeah, probably that consistency just hasn't been there.
Yeah, certainly right. Chris, it's hard to tip against the Roos even despite that loss, and obviously they've got some really strong players out at VFL level at the moment, some players who unfortunately have suffered ACL injuries and are out for the year, but still a very strong list with a lot of depth, so hard to see them losing.
No, it's, you know, spot on, just like you said. And I mean, for South Croydon, they were building nicely, but I think the fact of the matter is, even though East Ringwood had all of those, you know, injuries and whatnot last week when they dropped that game, I mean, if you know, someone was to say to me a week ago when they were, whatever it was, 7-0 and 8-0, or however many they had won straight, that they were then going to go lose 2 straight, I'd probably be looking at them like they're a bit crazy. So, you know, credit to South Croydon, they have been building nicely, they've been picking up some form, but I just don't see a way in which the Roos drop 2 straight. Yeah,
we'll see how that game all plays out this afternoon. I think the big game in Premier Division is this Vermont-Mitcham clash, which we saw in round 1, and the Eagles came from behind, kicked 7 goals in the last quarter to run over the top, and it was the Sam Wiedemann show. He kicked 7 goals in that game, and it was a game that I still look at it today. I even went back and looked at some of the highlights this week. It's a game that Mitcham should have won. They should have put that game away. I think Nat Barnes hit the post or missed to put him up by 28 in the last quarter, about 10, 12 minutes into that game. That would have been just about it. So they certainly will look at this game as a big opportunity, with Vermont having a few debutants or guys coming in from the reserves, haven't played in the senior side all season. Mitcham, have been able to probably put together a pretty strong side today. No Jack Baldwin, I saw, but it looks like a real big chance of the Tigers to cause an upset. Jake Parenti is hanging around. He's there today as well. Okay. So Tigers have got a real opportunity to make it 2 in a row here.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Ryan. And, I think sometimes you need that. Yeah, they obviously wanted that win, where it was going to come from, and obviously it came last week against Berwick. I think once you get that win, that then gives them a little bit more confidence to go, okay, well, we're within Premier, we can play good footy, we can get the 4 points. I think for them, they've obviously had some tough games and had some decent losses, like the one against the Roval the other week. That obviously knocks you about, but nice that they bounced back from that to get that win against Berwick, who have been in the top for a number of seasons now. So they're not shy to sort of playing Premier footy. So yeah, I think it will be a good game. I feel Vermont probably more so. I just am leaning towards that side of things. Like I said, I think there will be more wins for Mitcham, but yeah, probably not this weekend. Yeah,
Chris, do you give the Tigers a chance today out at Vermont Recreation Reserve? Big day for the Eagles. They've got their past players' day as well, so there's obviously always a big crowd when that happens. And 2 great rivals. We talked about this a lot coming into the season, and how good it was to see the 2 sides meet for the first time since 2006. Where's your head? For me, I think it's close either way. I don't see either side blowing the other out.
Oh, no, definitely not. I definitely see a chance for Mitcham in this one. I think, like we said, round 1 was maybe a bit of their welcome to the league moment, because playing in Division 1, if you miss those chances in the 4th quarter, you can probably get away with it with the quality that they have. But I think, that'll leave a sour taste in their mouth. And I just think going forward in this one, I think it draws it home that much more that if they can be right in the game or right in the driver's seat at 3/4 time, then, that's a bunch of guys who were there in round 1 that are going to be that much more focused and that much more determined to not let it slip like it did. Because, you can put your hand up and say, look, Wiedemann kicked 7 and they came back from how many, and, sometimes it just happens. But at the end of the day, that's the quality that you're dealing with. And to be fair, for them to get Parenti back and I think Baglavar's back as well, the big ruckman. And
Danny.
This game's there for them, the Vermont's there for the taking at the moment, and although I have tipped Vermont still, I just think, I wouldn't be shocked if Mitcham get up in this one, because I think it's falling for them at the moment.
I think the pleasing thing with Mitcham is when they're, yes, they've had some big losses, but also against upper competition, they've been quite close in some of those games.
6 points against East Ringwood.
Yeah. So, there's been a few where they've sort of stayed within touching distance and sort of just missed out. Doncaster East, 3 points. South Croydon, they were by 8 points. So, I think you're right. Like, they just need to be within that competition, and then, they'll hopefully find another win on their slot.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll come back to that conversation just shortly, but we've got the senior coach of the Croydon Football Club, Rhett Jordan, who's joined us in pre-game. Rhett, I actually didn't recognise you downstairs. You've got a different haircut from last year, but thanks for joining us today on the broadcast.
Oh, thanks for having us. It's a lack of haircut at the moment. When I did my knee in the week before the granny, I think I cut it 5 days before, and then did that and I decided, not cutting the hair again until the knee's mended. So just let it go. A bit wild. So back to 14 days.
Yeah, very good. I like it. But how's the side tracking? Obviously, this is the first time we've seen you live this season, and at the moment sitting fourth. And what do you make of the season so far?
It's an interesting season, across the comp. Realistically, anyone can beat anyone at the moment. There's not a lot of gap between, realistically, I think with 3 games off top and then I think 3 games off bottom, we're sitting fourth. So
it's an interesting one, isn't it?
It's a bit wild from that point of view. Each week's obviously, you don't rock up any week going, we should be right here, we should be right there. So really got to make sure switched on each week and just adjust accordingly with what you've got on the park and then what they've got in the park and where you're playing. Like, a lot of factors come into it now week to week, as opposed to last year. You could probably sort of focus on a few other areas, but this year it's very much a week to week proposition. It's not like we're playing for the second time. We know what they do. No, it's definitely different each time. Yeah.
And obviously in round 2, these two sides faced off and Heathmont got the better of you that day. But how much do you take from that game? Is that something that you look at and you take a few pointers from, or is it really just business as usual in preparation for this one today?
Look, you take some things away from it, but again, the benefit obviously at the moment with almost every, most of the divisions having 10 teams in that you get to play everyone twice. You get the one at home, one away. So not many sides we play have the same sort of ground as us. There's a couple of teams we'll play where not many things will change. Like if we play like Ringwood, for example, at our joint, and then at their place, very similar, ground dimensions, things like that. So you sort of know that not much is to be too different. But so many other teams, the grounds are different, the way they're shaped, the way they're angled, the size, the dimensions, all that stuff. So you do have to factor in a bit of that as well. And then personnel, is always different. So that's a big one. You got to focus on that stuff as well. So, it's a little bit of the same, but not much of a rinse and repeat, really.
And obviously we're short on chairs, so we've got you standing today, and short on car parks, I heard as well out there. It's packed though on that far side and even around this. So obviously it's quite a good going to be quite a good turnout. Are you finding sort of your away support base is still growing and you're getting a good turnout to games? Yeah, no, I think we as a club generally travel pretty well. We generally get good supporters across the board. Obviously having all 3 sides going quite well last year and then being able to get a 19 side up again this year, which early days maybe looked like unlikely, but being able to get that sort of been really good because it keeps that connection between the junior club and the senior club and homegrown players. So, travelling well, and I know there's a good turnout today. I think there's 5 games today. Plus cruised in and saw a few kids I teach at school rolling in netball as well. So, I got the kids' netballs on the other side. So, no, it's a good location, a good spot. There's plenty going on, so I'm sure people walking past get a good look into that as well. And you've obviously got a good score at the moment in the reserve, 51-26 for those who can't see it on the screen. Have you got anyone sort of coming up sort of through that reserves at the moment, or is the list sort of staying strong and probably finding that consistency? So actually probably our I wouldn't say worst, but most depleted reserve side. We only had 19 available today in the reserves. I think we've got 5 of the 19s boys who have doubled up from their 8:50 game this morning. Wow. Because we just so a fair few outs. And from a senior perspective, we are definitely using them. We're using our 40th player in the seniors today.
So there's definitely good depth and good opportunity for guys.
Who is the 40th?
Tim Anderson. So he played a couple games last year, but yeah, he's our 40th player this year that we've used in the senior side. So had a couple of debutants this year, and just had a couple of players who obviously played last year but then got through this year. So playing 40 in a year is not not ideal, but it's good from a depth point of view, from an opportunity point of view, from an exposure point of view, from a culture of the club point of view. There's a lot of positives out of that.
Is that been probably the struggle, or the comparison from last year to this year? Just obviously you struggled against sort of probably those top sides, whereas last year you sort of probably more the dominant factor. Is that just a player list sort of thing, injury, all those sort of components that are taking part in it? Yeah,
and losing probably some of our key guys from a leadership point of view as well. Geordie Lynch came back for 2 games. And there's been out, Jimmy Smith been out, Andy Carter been out. So like that, some of those real longer term ones are very more of our leader group and type. So it's probably just been a consistency with our footy. It's probably been one of the things on ground. It's probably been that bigger thing. But look, we've played some really good footy. On the flip side, played some pretty bad footy. So yeah, we just got to get that balance better and the gap between our top and our bottom. That's what we've got to sort of work on.
And you mentioned that you had a few outs. How important does it then become to have some of these younger guys come through? Like looking at the list, one of which, Blake Podesta a couple of years ago, I was calling him in an under 19.5s grand final, and he's really taken to life in the senior team. So how important is it to have those young guys to come through and really settle in the side? Yeah,
super. And like the benefit we've had, obviously those guys have been playing some good footy for a while. Last year they were still training with us, so it's not like they were training by themselves at a separate time, separate space, all that type of thing. They were still training with us, so they know how we move the ball, they know how we play, they know that sort of the effort and energy and sort of all those things you've got to do. So I think sometimes the step can be large, but for a lot of these guys, they've been doing it. So the step has been a lot easier. It's more just game day when you get opposition guys who they're used to. Blake's been used to the last few years sitting in the goal scorer, and a guy who's a bit smaller who can sort of do his thing, whereas now he's got to manipulate stuff a bit more. So I've been putting a bit of work in with him about body positioning and how to use your sort of body and use your strength, and we need to hit the opposition guy to get certain positions and spots and things like that. So it's sort of been a bit of a good opportunity for myself to sort of work with him and some of the young guys as well with that stuff.
And before we let you go, just obviously injured this season and coaching from the sidelines, what's the difference been? Have you enjoyed it from the sidelines, or is it frustrating not being able to obviously to play? But how have you handled that, knowing that obviously it's a very different dynamic to playing and coaching?
It probably depends who you ask how I've handled it. There's times where I handle it really, really poorly. I know we've got that little white box we're meant to stay in, and I teeter right on the edge of it on a pretty consistent basis. No, look, honestly, I love the coaching side of it and the tactical side of it, and working with Corey and my assistants and things like that. But on the flip side, I absolutely can't stand it. It frustrates the hell out of me. I hate it. I just want to be out there doing things. Luckily enough being able to obviously do that on Tuesdays and Thursdays at training, where I'm getting in drills and things like that. So that's obviously, I get my fix there and sort of building that up, which is really good. But then Saturday's a bit of a different vibe, so it can get quite frustrating from that point of view when you're standing there watching stuff, or at certain grounds. Like I know today, down the hill there, looking where that coach's box is, if the ball's over the other side there near the scoreboard, I'm going to get my tippy toes trying to see over that hump. But so that'll frustrate me, whereas if I'm out there, a bit easier. But look, it's been a good learning experience. I feel like I'm growing my coaching from that point of view. I can't wait to stop doing that and actually get back out there playing.
I was just going to say, I reckon you need the iPad. We've got the live stream ready to go. We've got coverage for it. I reckon it'll be cherry ripe for you over there.
It'll be sure. No, it'd be good to get back playing, so I can have that little bit of difference. So sometimes tell the runner to run a message, and by the time it gets there, it takes a bit of time, that stuff. So a bit more of that direct messaging and then direction of guys ahead of me, and things like that. So keen to get back out on Saturdays and being able to contribute sort of both physically and verbally and things like that.
Do you know when that time frame is?
I'm back full training now, so I'm just week to week based on what the physio says. I've got some testing to do, and I had a field session at Gosh's Paddock the other week, and got some stuff during the week to where they chuck all the nodes on you and get numbers, and it's pretty fancy stuff. So doing all that and get the numbers, if they're in the right spot, then things will start ramping up. But if they're not, then I just got to be smart. Like I'm 36, but also, you know.
How long can the hair grow then?
Footy nuffy. Yeah, that's the biggest issue. Wife's just about had enough of that too. So, yeah, no, look, I'm going to keep working and just see how we go. Just have to sort of keep an eye on the team sheets week to week, and you guys will know when it'll happen. So.
Yeah, we'll certainly keep an eye on it. We'd love to see you out there today, but we are excited to see your side, the Croydon, run out in a big game against Heathmont. Thanks for joining us in the pre-game. All the best today, and hopefully for your sake, another win to add to the column.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks there. Rex Jordan, the senior coach of the Croydon Football Club, leading the side last year to a grand final in Division 2, and this year they're well set up to potentially have another great run at it, as certainly the ladder itself tightens up between really. I mean, you look at even Lilydale's side, who fell 2 points short to Croydon last week. They're sitting on the bottom, and they're a dangerous side themselves, particularly on their home deck. So that's how exciting I think this competition is, and we've seen a couple sides start to form at the top with your Templestows and Wanturna South, but it's my favourite division. Yeah,
and how good for Croydon, obviously, with that news from Rhett, that he's sort of getting back into the swing of things. If they can sort of keep that, that group sort of around that 5, that 4, if he comes in at finals time, he'll be absolutely, chomping at the bit to get out there. And he's such a great footballer to watch. It's a shame he's been sidelined for, obviously, the period that he has.
Crucial player to the line.
Any team that he's in, when we saw him at Norwood and stuff through his time there, and it's just, I love chatting to him. He's just he loves his footy. You can tell straight from the bat. He just wants to be out there. He wants to do what he can and stuff. But I'll be keeping an eye on the white box and seeing if he's strained down there today. So
he's a good Richmond supporter too, Scotty.
Is he?
Yes,
which
is always
it's
always a tick in my box. The other games in Premier Division. Noble Park play Roval out at Pat Wright Senior Oval, and Berwick take on Doncaster East, Edwin Flack. I'd imagine we'd all probably be tipping Roval. I'm actually leading the tipping comp at the moment, so I'm not going with anything too obscure. But I really think Berwick are a big chance at home today.
I'd watch out for Berwick, especially considering I think Mitchen's win last week was against them. Was that right? Yeah. So it's a big game where they need a response. Obviously you never want to be the team that someone picks up a first win against, and that would have been. Whether it was mentioned or not at training, that's something the players know. That's something they'll be well aware of. So this is a big response game, and against a Doncaster East side that's been up and down a lot of the time, this one could really go any which way.
I agree. I'd be if I was a little bit behind in the tipping comp, I would be tipping Berwick as a real roughie in this one. At home, Edwin Flack. They're quite good at home, Scott, and they obviously last week, yes, as Chris said, would have been pretty disappointing for them to not or to miss out on an opportunity to get a win there. They've been really competitive against the top sides, and obviously beat Roval, where arguably should have won that Vermont game. So they're doing a lot better than potentially what their record suggests.
Yeah, within reason and stuff. But yeah, I think Doncaster East, I think they get those wins probably against those sides. They probably sit around a true sort of fifth, I reckon.
Yep.
Just those sides below them, they're just that little bit better. Those sides above, I think they obviously really struggle with, and they have throughout this season. I think at that game when Noble played them, I tipped Noble at that stage because I just felt like they were playing really high football after seeing them at Bourne.
Yep.
And then they've played some good footy after that, which has been pleasing to see. And I had them sort of noted down today, more so Noble. That was my probably one that I was sort of, I don't think they will, but it's just an interesting game to watch. I think they've been playing some really good footy since we watched them. I've liked seeing what they've done. They obviously had the challenges. But yeah, back to on the Doncaster, I think Doncaster East personally. I think that's where I stay, and hopefully we'll catch up in the tipping because I'm a little behind. I've done all right over the last few weeks.
I've noticed going through the tips, there are a few clubs that you love that you'll always tip. Sylvan could play anywhere.
They're playing at home this week. I've tipped them. No doubt.
I have tipped the Cats. We'll certainly get to that shortly. Before we move on from Premier, Baldwin versus Blackburn, another big game, second versus fourth. Tigers last week was a big response that they thumped Vermont in a really dominant second half. Charlie Haley back to his best. He kicked 5. They get Sam Durden back in too, and we saw him a couple of weeks ago down at that game against Noble Park in his one game for the club so far, and was super impressive. So I think they're certainly finding some form themselves, and I think I've only tipped Blackburn just on. I think their form across the year has probably been a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, it's exactly right. I mean, you mentioned, all of us probably have some teams that we like to tip regularly. I reckon I've tipped Blackburn every week but one, and that was against East Ringwood. And I mean, I really like what Blackburn have been doing. I love the way they've been moving the ball, the way they've been picking up wins. But this is probably the least confidently I've tipped them in a long time. Because I mean, Baldwin, like you said, picking up some nice form at home as well, getting some of their players back. This is going to be a real close one. I don't see these blowing out to any margin really, but this could be a real nail biter that we hear.
Yeah, I certainly think so. Scott, where's your mind headed? This was probably a bit of a 50-50 game, this one out at Baldwin Park today.
Yeah, it's hard to know, isn't it? Sort of like I said, with that game against Noble, they were probably not lucky because I think, they controlled for the most part, but they were definitely challenged and they responded really well in those sort of last quarter. It was about sort of 10 minutes to go and whatever else just to get the 4 points. But yeah, look, I don't. I think Baldwin. I think it's at home for Baldwin, isn't it? Yeah. So I sort of lean more towards it, but obviously the way Blackburn are playing, I don't know. You can't see who we tipped. I think I'd tip Blackburn.
I'd have to,
maybe. So maybe
have to go check.
Blackburn.
No, a big game out there. I think that could go either way.
Yep.
Division 1, we'll quickly go through this because I think for the most part pretty straightforward. South Belgrave. They lose about 7 or 8 players. I think they've got a wedding over in Italy, potentially, I might have heard.
That's selfish.
I could be wrong there, but they are playing Norwood at home.
Oh, goodness.
So, I mean, it's the most vulnerable the sides looked in yet, and saying that the quality of the difference of 2 sides at the moment going in 2 different directions. They'll get home, I would imagine.
How much?
For sure.
Give us a margin.
Oh, pressure.
11 or 12 goals.
Yeah, okay.
And
that's fairly reserved, I
wonder what the
reckon.
Oracle score is. I would like to know that.
Norwood were much better last week in their last 3 quarters against Mooroolbark. Look, I don't know. There's probably a lot to...
South Belgrave, yeah.
Like, if you look at Norwood's against, they're 1,102 against. So, that is, the challenge. And then, obviously, South Belgrave, were they 1,151. So,
yeah. Although, Chris, you never tip anyone by over 100. You just
I've
play
only
it down as just a...
I've only tipped one game by a big margin, and that was Surrey Park against Templestowe, and Templestowe won. So
yeah,
I've learnt my lesson from there.
Yeah, that's true. You just you play your cards right because if the other side gets up, then it makes you look silly. As Jared Beanland found out when he said Bayswater wouldn't kick a goal a few weeks ago, and then they beat Beaconsfield. So just be careful. Boronia play Bayswater. They'll kick a goal, but I think they're going to. I think they're going to be in trouble with Bayswater. They
as well.
Lost a lot of players recently before the transfer deadline, and unfortunately, I think they might be on another 10 or 11 goal loss. Park Orchards take on Montrose at Domini Reserve. Any hope for the D's on this one? We were there earlier in the season. It was a shootout. Both sides hit 100 plus. Montrose, to their credit, having a look at their side, probably one of their stronger sides this season. So I've been told by Blake most weeks that they've had 5 or 6 blokes out. There's no excuses this week. This is a pretty strong side. And that Wyam Coombs, who's come up from the 19s, kicked 4 goals last week against Bayswater. So maybe one player to keep an eye on today. For Park Orchards, they do get Kane Keppel back into the lineup too, which is a big get for the Sharks. For me, Sharks at home against at Domini Reserve. They don't lose too many games at home. For me, they'll get the job done.
Yeah, and especially after probably a little bit of belting last week. I think the training would have been a little bit harder this week. That's an interesting sort of game last week, just sort of where they sort of sit in position of ladder and everything like that. So I think, they respond quite well.
Yeah.
And, I think Montrose probably just haven't found that winning form this season.
Yeah, they just haven't quite hit their form. Younger list as well this year. The other game in Division 1 is Mooroolbark versus North Ringwood. Just a tip on this one. I'm tipping the Saints. I think the Saints' form has been really solid over the last month and can't afford to slip up as well with the top 5 spot on the line with Montrose that they're competing with. So North Ringwood. Yeah,
exactly right. Yeah, I went North Ringwood too. I don't think it could be very close though. Mooroolbark aren't ages off it, I don't think.
Yeah, and they've had some injuries this year, and they're probably a hard one to judge. At their best, they seem to be pretty competitive with a lot of these sides. and then they do drop off at times and don't play those 4 quarters as they did last week. So I wouldn't be surprised if we sit here at 5 o'clock, Scott, and see that Mooroolbark have got up, but I'm not going to tip.
I was just going to. I need to get my tips in front of me if I'm on if I'm on pre-game now, just to see whether.
I've got them here if you want.
Oh, you've seen who I tipped.
You went Mooroolbark. You're the only person to go Mooroolbark.
Yeah, good. All right, I'll go with Mooroolbark then.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do have Scott Hamill, who's just joined us, the Heathmont senior coach. Great to have you on board in the pre-game, and a massive game, a chance to jump back into the top 5.
Yeah, it is. Like, you look at the context of the year, we probably go about 3-4 weeks ago, probably a little bit longer. We're getting told we're going to get relegated. There's all sorts of rumours and stuff going around, and yeah, look, we've started to get a lot of continuity in our game, and we had a lot of new faces come in throughout the course of the year. We probably had a lot of guys, senior guys, who didn't actually do a pre-season due to injury, work, a lot of commitments they had. So yeah, look, it has taken us a little bit to get going, but yeah, we do feel we're playing good footy at the minute. We've got ourselves in a good spot.
Certainly got the biggest win of the season last week against Templestowe on their home deck as well. That was really impressive. And talk us through the year itself, because obviously we're watching on from the sidelines, and I think a lot of us picked you to win the flag this year with the recruiting and a lot of the guys coming back to the club as well, and some really talented players. And then when you were 1-5, it looked like we weren't too sure what was going on. And what's been the major difference? Is it just a bit of time for, obviously there's a lot of guys coming into the side who haven't played with each other for a while or ever. What has sort of been the biggest change in the last 4 to 5 weeks where you've now built some really good form?
Yeah, look, we actually started okay here against Templestowe. Then we lost by 20 odd points to them. We're probably very undisciplined that game. Cost ourselves, but I think not blaming you guys, but saying we are going to be premiership favourites, I reckon we probably had a lot of guys, in our side that probably got ahead of themselves and thought, it was just probably going to happen. And then round 2, we had a really good win against Croydon. Here under lights against Ringwood, it's always anyone's game. And then we played against East Burwood here, and we were pretty embarrassing, to be honest. They touched us up, and they touched us up really well. And then it probably started clicking the second half of when we played Surrey Park. We still got beaten by Surrey, but it started to turn in that second half there. Then we had one turn of South here, and there was one stage we were 21 points up, ran out of legs, we just lost the bench, and full credit to Wanty South, they ended up getting over us, but then it sort of started to turn from there. But in terms of the group, like the spirits of the group's been really good since day one. We know we can be a very good football side when we get going, but we also know when we're not on in this division that we'll get knocked off. And now you don't play your best footy in Division 2, you don't win a game of footy. So we know that we really know the importance of that. So it's something that we've set ourselves this next second half of the year. We really set ourselves about 4 or 5 weeks ago. We had a bit of a meeting, an internal meeting just with the players, and good response we've had since there.
Yeah, and you mentioned, 4 or 5 weeks ago, looking at the form coming into this game, really the only thing standing between you guys and a 4-game win streak was the latest goal I've ever seen against Waverley Blues. I mean, what was that, 31 and something minutes into the 4th term? But how important has it been to not only start to get those wins, but really start to chain them together and build some momentum?
Yeah, look, I think that last quarter from Waverley Blues felt like it went for an hour. I remember we kicked a goal, got in front, and we got a message down to the bench saying we had 6 minutes left. And I remember looking at the clock, and it was a 26-minute mark of the last quarter. I'm like, surely this isn't going to happen. And then we actually had a shot for goal. We kicked it along the ground, or a guy went into the man and mark. They transitioned. They got a free kick just in front of the cricket nets, Kyle Vickers, and great kick for goal and put us behind. But yeah, as I said, the continuity in our game and to be able to string games together has been really important. Out of our last 4 weeks of 3-1 you could look at, and with Templestowe we really set ourselves that task, and we're able to get over the line today. We've beaten Croydon, Mulgrave, Templestowe all inside the top 5, and then obviously we look at Surrey and Wanty South to try and get everyone inside that top 5.
And you mentioned obviously round 2 you got over the top of Croydon. Although it hadn't quite clicked for your side, you said, how much do you take from that game? Like, do you take much from that game in changing your preparation or changing how about you go today, or is it just business as usual leading up?
No, it's sort of, we don't really, or haven't changed our preparation all year, to be honest. We've stuck with what we know and what we can do well, but unfortunately it just wasn't working or going well in that first half of the year. And we know, there's no word of a lie. Obviously Croydon have got a couple missing today. We've got, I think, a couple of our best players missing today, and then arguably our best players probably playing very underdone at the minute. So, we don't shy away from the fact of the game it's going to be, or we don't need to change anything for the week. So our sole focus and the playing group's focus is on us, and it's something we speak about, that I'll worry about the opposition and the players just worry about yourself, and let's make sure we do what we do well.
And has that changed? Like over the last 5 weeks, your average scoring 79.6 over the last 5 rounds, and it seems your scores are so much better than probably that earlier on. Has there been any significant change, or it's just been good footy that's been played and that gets the score on the board?
Yeah, look, we definitely have changed a few things up forward to our forward structure. And if you have a look at a lot of the goals we're kicking at the moment, we're kicking a lot of goals off the back of turnover. So we're really looking when the opposition turn the ball over, speed on the ball to try and to get our goals, to get our one-on-ones up forward. Where previous half of the year we're probably very slow with our entries going forward, which allowed in this division all the opposition, they all flood back into your forward half. So we're very slow to transition, which cause an outnumber all the time, and easy pickings for the opposition. And we know today, their captain Smith, I think last week he took 14 contested marks, and against us in round 2 he took 12 marks against us in our forward half of the ground. So we know our entries have got to be low, and we're very mindful of the way we enter our forward line today.
Yeah, and the boys are obviously leading up well. Blair Hudson on 12 goals. Badgeramov. I'll get it. At least I'm not calling it. At least I'm not calling it that down boundary. He's on 15 goals. So obviously pleasing for those two individuals, just to name obviously a few scorers, but to have them up forward and obviously finding good connection from probably mid and back.
Yeah, look, it was fantastic. Obviously Blair's new recruit, and we got Ayan back to the club. And yeah, they've both been super. They're starting to work really well together, and Ayan's really started clunking his marks, and so has Blair. But it helps for them when they've got Nathan Mullinger playing out the square beside him. So those two guys, Nathan always gets the best defender every week, and it was funny, we made a joke on throughout the course of the week how he was a decoy for them two boys to kick 4 goals last week. So they sort of get to rub the green sometimes with fingers, but they're playing some really good footy.
Has that been a big bonus for guys like Ayan, who's come back to the club? Harry Isaacs, I think he was in South Australia last year. Jed Hansen, and Hansen's not playing today, but there's a lot of guys who've come back, and must be a big positive and vibe around the club to obviously not just at the start of the year when you got those guys in, but to have some really strong Heathmont people back at the club too. Yeah,
that's right. And you have a look at Ahan coming back, Jed coming back there, Lockie Ferns has come back, Tom Hancock, who was out injured last year, but we've got guys and they're a real close group. And to get those guys back has been really important. It's been sort of that seamless transition as well, because you've got obviously new recruits, but you've got recruits that have been here before, so they fit in well. They don't have to worry about, who's who or where do I fit in. So that's probably been the biggest positive, to get players back to the club where they've been able to slot in straight away to the side.
Certainly right, and probably one of the best players in the division who's not out here today, and James Appleby, and hasn't been, I think, the last couple of weeks, including that obviously big win against Templestowe. So as good as Appleby is, you must be pretty pleased that even without him and some of these other players who are out of the side at the moment, that you're obviously your game plan sticking up without some of the key personnel of the side. Yeah,
so he's still sunning himself in Europe, which we'll get him back next week would be good. He Novi's congratulations or commiserations, he got engaged last week. So, but yeah, he'll be back in next week. We'll have him back, and yeah, look, to be able to win without him, and he's such a pivotal role for our midfield. He's such a grunt, does all the grunt work in there. When he's not getting sent off, I think he's been sent off 4 or 5 times this year. But look, we definitely miss him, but we also miss his smarts around the footy as well. But in saying that, like Josh Bassetto, who's actually his best mate. He's been playing half-back in the last few weeks in James' absence. We've actually thrown him into the midfield, and he's really stood up. Like, he really took it to the Tempe mids last week. So, him and Ryan Young working together, and there's been a great combination as well. But I'll definitely welcome him back when he gets back in Melbourne. Yeah, certainly right. Big afternoon ahead. It's 3/4 time in the reserve, so we'll let you get back down there and get prepared for a big game. Thanks again for joining us on the pre-game. Cheers. Thanks, guys. Scott Hamill there, the senior coach of the Heathmont Football Club, and a win today potentially with percentage and some other results. They could be back inside the top 5, and considering where they were, 1 and 5 after round 6, to now potentially be inside the top 5 by round 11.
is extraordinary rise from the club.
Yeah, and it's been like I said, if you look at that scoring, it's really, and that's probably the difference today, like in the game, like for scoring wise. Like I said, I think it was 79.6. Croydon are only for the last 5, 60.2 over the last 5, and that's probably the big difference in today's game. I think, obviously Croydon's got an exceptional back line down there with Fraser Smith and stuff, but the scoring options that Heathmont have at the moment and the way they're scoring really quite well, that's probably the biggest danger for Croydon, is shutting that forward line down, and I think sort of Heathmont probably at the moment going with the favourites.
Yeah, I agree with that. We're going to go to an ad break in just a moment, but before we do it, and I think I tipped in. I was one of those people who tipped in for the flag this year. I really thought with the recruits and their side, they were well set up to win a flag. And then I was one of those people at round 6 going, "What the hell's going on? Why are they 1-5?" And there's some great players on the list. Were we a bit too harsh? Did we not?
I think I was Croydon, so I'm really excited about this game because it's for everyone. I think on media we always thought those two sides, and from last year's footy, that was probably the natural progression. I think you just have to expect that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like you said, the recruiting that they had done, but then again, you can't take in sort of injury. The competition changes, other teams get other players and stuff, and sometimes we miss out on obviously those inclusions and stuff until you see them run around the park. But look, they're a good enough football club on their own, so I've got every faith that they'll continue to move up that ladder.
Yeah, I agree. Big game coming up out here at H.E Parker Reserve. We're going to go to one more ad break here and bring back with the Eastland match of the round. Heathmont taking on Croydon.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve, Eastland match around Heathmont v Croydon. We've heard from both senior coaches, and great to have a chat with both Brett Jordan and Scott Hamill. Always very generous with their time, and great to get an insight on two clubs we haven't seen live this year.
And great to acquire some seats as
yes,
well.
We don't have to stand up. And
we meant to say the President's Lunch, and Scott had already sort of spoken at that President's Lunch. So I was going to ask him before, but his time I was going to say, is your voice going to hold up today? Because you've done a lot of talking.
Yeah.
Like you said, they're very good with his time and to jump on and have an insight from him. And looking forward to the contest.
Yeah, absolutely. And just obviously President's Lunch at Heathmont today. Credit to Heathmont. They're one of the clubs who do look after us. I've had my coffee already from the club, and they do a fantastic job. They obviously host the senior women's grand final day and final series, and very accommodating. Great setup for us on the balcony. It's a great club.
Yeah,
it's well run.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I remember we called, I think it was a Mulgrave sort of Heathmont game when they'd sort of just had established this sort of upper tier.
Yep.
And it's just it just adds to the club, and obviously good setup behind him. And it seemed to be quite a good turnout inside as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't know how it's going to go through the balcony through the day. We've
well,
got sort of barricades, Lee, or something. Or you're going to see
the atmosphere. Atmos mic will be turned off probably because there'll be a few.
This could be another Noble Park sort of setup, I reckon.
Yeah, there'll be a few words starting with
the sound effects are working well as well. They looked before from down there. So even if my mic doesn't work today,
just yell out and we'll be able to hear. Chris Cordes also joining us again, who's a busy day. Been calling the women's again. He's done the double up. We were talking about some of those games in Division 1, and we parked that conversation. We'll move on to Division 2. The other games taking place today. Lilydale take on Mulgrave at Lilydale Sports Oval. Lions got back on the winners list last week by 10 points, needed a win, and this is a stretch of games that we've talked about, Chris, that potentially they can string together a few and put it to obviously good use after losing a few against some of those top sides, which has pushed them back down to 5th.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of what we expected last week for them to win. You know, it was that. I think 3-week period at the start of the season that really gave them the buffer that we were looking and they're going, Mulgrave have come out of nowhere. But I think now, obviously they have Lilydale, expect them to win that even though it's at Lilydale Sports Oval.
Danger game.
So, yeah, no, definitely a danger game. Anyone that plays Lilydale at the Lilydale Sports Oval is a danger game. But, for me, looking for Mulgrave, I should say, trying to get a read on them this season, I'm just waiting for that period of games where they play the teams above them because I still haven't seen them take a scalp yet. Still haven't seen them really beat someone above them, and that's what I'm waiting for. So, expecting them to win last week, expecting to beat Lilydale. I'm pretty sure next week they've got a winnable game as well. So I'm looking after. Of course, they can only be who's ahead of them. Of course, everybody will play Lilydale and everybody will play Ringwood and the likes of those teams below. But I really want to see them, in order for them to take the next step in terms of their credentials for finals and pushing for a grand final appearance, of course, I want to see them take a scalp.
I think you won't have to wait long because it's 2 weeks, and then it really kicks off for them. They've got Surrey into Waverley, into Croydon, into Heathmont, into Wantirna, into Templestowe.
And at the start of the season, that Heathmont game was considered one of the winnable ones as well. Where now it's not so straightforward.
No, that's a tough one, particularly if the Jets get up today as well.
Yeah, it's big, and that's why it's sort of these. Around this time of year, those wins around that sort of mid-season is just really important, to get those 4 points and just to, find those wins where you can. But yeah, geez, they've got a tough draw coming up.
Yeah, they really do. So it's one they can't afford, because also if they do slip up today, Mulgrave, Heathmont win, they'll switch places on the ladder. So real danger game for them. Got to win this one. Ringwood take on Surrey Park at Jubilee Park. Tipping Surrey Park to bounce back in this one. Tom Smith back in the side as well.
Yep. I'm the same.
Waverley Blues versus Templestowe at Central Reserve. Can't see the Dockers losing 2 in a row, and Waverley's form is their best is quite good. And we saw it live in down at Mulgrave Reserve, but we haven't seen it consistently enough. And I think Templestowe still very strong lineup this weekend, despite no Daniel Cooper. I think they get the job done. East Burwood also take on Wantirna South out at East Burwood Reserve.
Oh, I was just going to say, when are we going to go see a Wanturna South game?
Oh,
they've been
please. I have to be there.
Yeah, they've been playing such good footy. And again,
Look what's on the radar. Templestowe v Wanturna South next Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Where's it at?
Templestowe Reserve.
Oh, I would have liked it at Wanturna, but
I would like. Yeah, I know it's close to your place. It's close. It's closer for me as well.
Do we change our position and go on the hill where we did for the women's game?
Well,
do you reckon?
Yeah, you might have to. I mean, it was
spot.
actually a great setup, and it's a better view for the camera too. You're
It
looking at the club rooms rather than
Yeah.
just this big hill.
Yeah, I think you just get a better perspective from that side, because when you've got the van there, you just don't realise what the crowd's sort of looking like and stuff, and because they've got that good little grandstand in front of the canteen that everyone just sort of plops in, and you sort of don't get an understanding of the crowd. Well, that's a great game to cover. Smart. See, I was already thinking about it.
You knew this was coming up,
man. But no, they've just been playing really good footy, and you love to see it from again that turnaround where. I have no doubt that a lot of us put Wanturna from last year down sort of
I had them 7th or 8th maybe.
You know,
I really didn't think.
I think, from that drop-off from, I think that season, most of us sort of had Wanturna sort of sitting, in that upper sort of middle, and then it drops, and then I think this year we would have probably just said, the same. So that's the thing, that's the turnaround. It can be quick in local footy, and that's the beauty of it. Yeah,
it is. A game that you were potentially wanting to get out to today was Sylvan versus the Basin. We're moving into Division 3 out of Sylvan Recreation Reserve, and it is a very important game because when you look at the ladder 5th v 6, Sylvan and the Basin have the Basin have won an extra game. They've won 6, Sylvan win 5. So the Cats also announced that Jeremy Thomas will be stepping down, and Michael Folkes will be taking over as senior coach of the side. We saw Sylvan a couple of weeks ago, and their away record is not really. We saw them about 15 minutes, and then after that it was a really poor game. But then they get back on their home deck last week and almost pull off a great win against Knox, where they score 111. So anyone who says there's no home ground advantage is kidding themselves. Because I tipped the Basin at Batterham earlier in the year, but I'm tipping Sylvan today. It's Sylvan Recreation.
You got it.
I've got a question regarding that. I saw Ray here. Why is he not up at Sylvan? He loves that place.
We all do.
I do too.
It's a great town.
Yeah, it is.
Great. It's I think for home ground advantage, like I said, just that one loss. I think if you look at my tips, every time Sylvan at home, Sylvan, 100%, without doubt. They could be playing. I think probably against Knox, probably tip Sylvan at home. I don't know.
Can I ask a question then? Off the top of your head, Ryan, who do you think has the best home ground advantage across the EFNL?
Sylvan's is unique because it is a small,
right up there,
small ground. For whatever reason, like Donvale, we spoke to Tony Weeks, he said himself, for whatever reason, we don't play well there. We don't play well at certain grounds. So I'd say that off the top of my head. I'm sure there's probably maybe a better answer and sides.
The only ones I can think about other than that is the Lilydale Sports Oval.
Yeah, it's a unique one.
Edmund Flack. But I feel like in terms of wins at home, Sylvan would be above and beyond.
Do you know why Lilydale play the best at the LSO? Because that oval that backs onto it, no one knows where the actual goals are because you've got the goalposts behind. I've seen so many people line up, go for goals, and they've gone, excuse me, but they've kicked behinds because they're not kicking at the right posts. They need to take those posts down during the year.
The other one on ground shapes would be Whitehorse, Springfield
the
Park.
Yeah, the D.
The shape of the ground is very unique. So sides, there's no wings. Sides actually struggle to play there. You tip on this one, so you've tipped Sylvan.
100%.
I've gone Sylvan,
Yeah, I have too.
I have to say, though, I wasn't aware that the Basin were 5th. That's pretty impressive for them. They've flown under the radar a bit.
Super impressive, the Bears, and what they've been able to do this year. And if they do win this game, they'll be 2 games clear in 5th spot. And that
starts to open up.
Really.
And that's another one that's turned around as well, this season. So it's been a really good competition. I think we were sort of speaking off air, just how sort of, we've found like there's all those teams sort of competing, and it's not sort of that standalone. And like we were saying with East Ringwood sort of losing that game the other week and stuff, it allows like teams, but I think it's just that Div 2, Div 3 sort of competition. It could go anywhere.
It is good and I love this for sides who have really struggled. And Wanturna South had 1 win last year. The Basin did not win a game. They've come into this year, obviously new division. and got that first one early against Coldstream. I got reminded on Instagram pretty quickly, and after that they've been really solid, 6-5. That's a good record for a side that did not win a game last year.
And isn't it funny? And then one thing going back to your thing, Chris, was home ground advantage. Last year I would have said, or if it was last year, I would have said Coldstream because they just couldn't lose it at home. Now
exactly
you
right.
look at the flip side. That I don't know. They've only won obviously the 2 games, and I don't even know if they've been at home.
Yeah, well, and if you're listening on it on Facebook or YouTube, obviously we've got Radio East and 98.1 FM as well. Let us know where you think the best home ground advantage is for any side. We'll read those out a bit later.
Sort of poll going, I reckon, like on our Eastland, like poll of the day from the media team.
That would be a good one.
That's another one. Geez, I'm on fire today.
You are.
Promote him.
Good idea, Scotty. Some of these other games, Coldstream versus Donvale. Darcy Fritsch plays his 100th game for Coldstream, so congratulations, Darcy, being such an important player to that side. But everyone will be tipping Donvale on this occasion. You can't not tip them, that's a rule. I'll never tip against them.
Donvale, how'd you go, Chris?
Oh, don't. Donvale women's team. Let's have a discussion, right? I was first in our women's tipping competitions, albeit I got a nice buffer to take over from Josh Ward. Okay. Now, two weeks ago, I tipped Donvale. I just thought, you know what, I've got a bit of a vibe about them. They can be my roughie. They lost by 2 points. And the next week they played, I think it was Baldwin, which was 5th versus 6th. So bottom versus second bottom in the division. And I thought, they're right up for it. This is my tip. This is, they're up for it. No one else is going to tip them. I'm going to have this one over everyone. They got absolutely battered. So I said...
No more.
I said to Kate Green last week, I said, no more tipping Donvale. I said to you in my email this week, no more tipping Donvale. I'm going through the scores in the Around the Grounds on our women's broadcast, and Donvale have beat third place Surrey Park by 30-something points. So
a huge win.
I'm not tipping them for the rest of the season. I'm off. I'm having a strike. Not happy.
That is a big win for Donvale. They're first of the season, and yes, you had to go one more week. One more week. You should have rolled the dice.
I'm not first anymore. I'm third now.
No, hopefully I'm winning that one.
You are. You and Blake are equal top.
Could be winning 2 comps there. Doing very well.
Unbelievable. I think a rigged competition.
I edit the record each week and just play it depending on how the results go. Knox versus Ferntree Gully out at Knox Gardens Reserve. Falcons, a much important win last week up at Sylvan and back at their home deck. We said they did get a few players back last week after missing some plays here and there and probably been out of form a little bit. And they take on a Ferntree Gully side which is really starting to fall off in recent weeks, and I think their lack of depth is certainly hurting their chances of playing finals this year. So for me, Knox at home.
Yep, same here.
Scoresby Oakley District, same story. I think after, no Blake Pearson again. I don't know, but I think when we were down there at Princess Highway Reserve a couple of weeks ago, he did have the hamstring ice.
He was getting some work on, which was his legs,
precautionary. It looked like
he was off for the last 10 or 15 minutes and had ice on his hamstring. I thought.
Yeah, so
or quads.
And they cannot win without him, and not particularly not against the Scoresby side where Adam Min has kicked 20 goals in 2 weeks, so he's looking for a third consecutive bag of 10 if he gets real lucky today.
I saw it written in the chat, our group chat, that said 20 in 2 weeks, but I didn't read the 2 weeks part of it. I thought he bagged 20 the other week.
No, not
the
in
thing
one
was,
game.
I just sort of went,
fair
enough. Could do it. Well, he is the guy that could, and just...
Do we know what his total is currently?
His total now moves him to 58.
Oh, so he's above Ethan Duncan now.
We're currently halfway, or we're over halfway.
So he kicked 100 in the finals last year, so that was for the first final.
If he gets on to a couple more big bags, we can open up that conversation of can he get to 100 again?
In
2 years in a row.
Has anyone done the back-to-back hunch?
I'm sure if you go back in the history books, Blake Pearson did that.
Get him on it as well.
I certainly wouldn't give that task to Tennant. Stats and anything like that is not up his alley.
In fairness to Oakland issue, though, I don't think we can get a proper read on them until they're through this 2 week span. Obviously Donvale last week, and then Scores, we kind of knew they weren't going to win those games. They're probably weren't going to get particularly close in those games, but obviously they were really encouraging signs against Silver, and I'm looking forward to the next couple of weeks to see how they're kind of shaping up for this season and if they can make that push for fifth spot again.
Yeah, that's right.
Because after those two, they got then Coldstream, Basin, Oakley District, and then back at and then Sylvan. So
yeah, definitely. Upper Ferntree Gully, Fair Park's the last game in that division. Just on Fair Park, they have picked up quite a few players, including Bryce Galvin, who's playing today. John Stewart's another one, and this is the group that's left from Bayswater, which we sort of touched on a little bit just before. So it'd be interesting to see what they do in the second half of the season. Can they potentially make a bit of a run to get out of that relegation zone and stay in the division again, which they've been able to do the last few years? They're not going to win this game today, I don't think. I think Upper Ferntree Gully are in spectacular form. So
even then, though, I think they're only 4 points off Coldstream in terms of a relegation battle, so they're not far off it. You're right. They're bringing in players that can help impact winning, and it's by all means we kind of wrote them off and said they're probably going down, but now with Coldstream are really, really struggling. It's a couple of results here or there, and they could trade places, and all of a sudden they're staying in the division again.
The only thing I'd say is probably the percentage. That's their biggest hurdle coming
Makes
up
it basically
with Coldstream,
a 2 game.
it's 48% for Fair Park currently to Coldstream 69.
Right.
Percentage actually.
So 2 games.
So that's the only thing. I think they have to find that extra win. If they get that win against Coldstream, then where they go from there. I'm not too sure.
You're relying on a couple upsets and really hoping that Coldstream don't do the same thing, because it might just be a little bit too much to get past, with obviously this division it being round 12 a week ahead of everyone else, so not too much footy left to be played in the home and away season for Division 3. Division 4, 3 games to have a look at. Croydon North Emlock had the bye, playing some really good footy, the Kangaroos. So is Warrandyte, who hosts Forest Hill today out at Warrandyte Recreation Reserve, and they are, besides Churnside Park, probably the in-form team of the competition. They've won, I think, now 4 of the last 5, and just been really, really reliable.
Picking up some scalps too as well. They're not just games they should be winning.
Good wins.
They've been going in, they've been grinding it out with some of the competition's best. And I mean, they're one of those teams where, although they might not be, top 1 or top 2 or whatever come finals time, it's for those sides that do finish first or second, that's not an easy matchup to go to have to play them. And there's a few of those teams around the divisions. Like, for example, Heathmont, like same kind of thing. If Heathmont can sneak into a 5th or something, then looking at it, if you come first and have to play them, or come second, or whatever the final structure is, it won't be an easy matchup for finals. So I think Warrandyte, although they're tracking well, they're doing really well, they could really cause some disruptions in finals, I'll say.
I agree, and their depth is there. Their reserves are 8-2 on top of the ladder, and just gave Blake Tennant a bit of a bath this afternoon too. So
Blake was back this week,
playing again, which is
okay.
Geez, back to back.
Yeah,
That's better than Armin's effort, I reckon.
Well, just the fact he showed up 2 weeks in a row.
Well, especially after the insight video.
Yes, yeah. He's, I hope there's footage from today's game, because I'm surprised he got on the best, to be honest. Yes. just from my sources who were at the ground.
Talking it up.
Yeah. Kilsyth versus Bulleen Templestowe out at Pinks Reserve. Kilsyth obviously coming off that loss against Warrandyte, looking to bounce back. Bulleen Templestowe coming off a bye, and are still finding their feet. This is still like the second time they've played a lot of these sides, and they're still probably getting familiar with not only the teams but the grounds and everything involved. Can they pull off a bit of an upset out at Pinks? Be the first time they've played there?
No.
I've tipped Kilsyth as well, but I
bigger ground, like their home deck, potentially something they can.
I don't think it will happen this week for Bulleen Temp, but I just think going forward, they're one of those teams that are going to cause a couple upsets. Because like we heard from them, obviously, they're round 1 and we're there for the match of the round. As we heard from them then, completely new competition, completely new division, sides, players, grounds, whatever. We alluded to the fact then that once they've played everyone once and they start to get these return fixtures, there could be a few upsets. Although, they've not picked up obviously as many wins as they'd like to, there's going to be, I think, more than just once or more than a couple of times in the second half of this season where they're really although they might not be picking up wins, they'll be pushing teams and making a much better account of themselves, which makes it a really interesting watch not only for this season, but also next season to see how they build into it and to see what they pick up and learn from this.
Definitely, as we're about to hit full time in the reserves game. So the last game, Whitehorse versus Chirnside Park. Just a tip on this one, I think Pioneers at home. We said danger ground, Springfield Park, a bit of a home ground advantage, but for me, just on Panthers form, I think I'm leaning with Chirnside Park.
Yeah, I've gone Chirnside Park too.
I'll say Chirnside, but I can't remember who it is.
You did tip
Chirnside. I love Chirnside.
Yeah,
you do. Win. This is the last year. That's the last year. They've got to win the flag, otherwise
yes.
I'm off.
You have been high on Chirnside Park the last 3 years. That's it for us for the pre-game. We've got the big game coming up between Heathmont and Croydon out here at H.E Parker Reserve. Be back for the Eastland match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve. Heathmont taking on Croydon, a big Division 4 clash. It is 4th versus 6th, and a win today for Heathmont after starting the season 1-5, potentially could be back inside the top 5 if a couple of other results go their way as well. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager with the Eastern Football Netball League, joined by a good panel out here on the balcony out at H.E Parker Reserve, including Chris Cordes, who was there for, he's done everything at the moment. He was at the women's in the morning, calling the action out at Tormore Reserve, pre-game as well, and now calling the big one here in the Eastland match of the round.
Yeah, thank you. Well, the women's match of the round was a good one, and if you kind of got sick of my voice from them, well, then I'm sorry because you're stuck with me again. But no, very excited for this one. I mean, it's, you know, if you look at it at face value, yeah, it's 4th versus 6th, but there's some underlying narratives in this one. Obviously, Heathmont really bringing the heat towards the second half of the season, and Croydon have just been silently building the whole time. So I'm really interested. It's the first time I've seen both of these sides. So I'm really excited for a good day of footy. You know, conditions look good. Like I said, we've got a great call team here, great Bit of hospitality from Heathmont as well up here on the boundary at H.E Parker, and the field looks great as well. So I'm keen to get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of Swan supporters beside us as well, licking their wounds from a loss last night. Very good, though, Sydney. I thought it was a good game in the end. But Ray Baird and Paul Uconi. Ray, start with you. Great to have you back out here at H.E Parker Reserve. Always a pleasure to be out here at up on the balcony.
Yeah, well, I feel like the godfather today, or else a kindergarten teacher with all you young blokes here. You know, I'm used to sitting beside Brash and BWS,
right.
and they're all gone, you know, where were
Ray,
they?
the tall stools are behind you. You want to replay your Bayswater finals?
Well, with this monitor in front of me, by quarter time I might be sitting.
You might need it.
That's all right.
Well, thanks for minding us today out here at H.E Parker Reserve. And Paul Uconi, always great to have you on board. And you've got the Score Centre in front of you this afternoon. So a lot of big games today to keep us updated on.
Yeah, a lot of intriguing contests this afternoon. This one particularly, I think it's really been an interesting contest. I was speaking to Ray about Heathmont pre-game, and you know, they've had a couple wins the last couple of weeks, but like, it's interesting to see what Heathmont we're going to get today. Like, you know, they've come out and beat sides. Like, they had a really good win last week against Templestowe. They beat Mulgrave along the way, but also they lost at home to Ringwood and Waverley Blues and East Burwood. So it'll be interesting to see what Heathmont come out with. And Croydon, they had a bit of a slow start here as well, and have built they're coming back into the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can look out into the middle of the oval and see one Scott Hardy roaming around, checking out the ground and doing all the good work down at ground level. Scott, we got you down there?
Oh, we'll test it this time. Look at that, crystal clear this time. HD, just again missing my offside. Do it one up. That's all right. That's all right. Promote that man. Yeah. that's true. That's the thing. But look, it's really dry underfoot. It's really firm actually for the ground. So, and not much wind at all. So I'm hoping for a good scoring contest from down the boundary side.
What about in the turf wicket though? Because that does still look a little bit boggy.
Well, let me walk over there and I'll see it. Take me a little bit. I didn't want to get in people's way. I'll probably miss the coin toss as well because I had my back to it, so I'm not going too well.
It'll be a 6 rule.
I hope you got Tony Gregg's key car key in your pocket.
Have you got the keys?
Nah, it's fine under here. A little bit of scrapage from the boots, but no, they'll be right in it.
So, Scotty, would you bat on or would you bowl first?
It's very, very green wicket. So
I think we'll bowl first then. Right?
Got that. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott Hardy down at ground level. Your tip first before we do the tips up to here.
Oh, yep. Heathmont sort of spoke on pre-game. Yep. I think their scoring has been exceptional over the last five rounds. Obviously, good defence for Croydon, so it'll test them. But yeah, Heathmont.
Absolutely. And if it does rain, get up here and hang out with us up here on the balcony. I've given you.
No, good umbrellas. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Two brollies.
You've got your permission to come up here.
I'm sure Blake Tennant would have done that, but no, not me.
That's right. That's good, Scotty. Paul, your tip this afternoon?
Yeah, I'm gonna go Heathmont, but I think there won't be a lot in it. I think it'll be a close one. Heathmont by about 9 points.
Ray, your tip today?
Yeah, well, I'm going for Heathmont as well. I just think that they've got more scoring power than what Croydon have. Croydon are more defensive style. If it's a low-scoring game, you know, Croydon are going to be right in. And they would want stoppage after stoppage, whereas Heathmont, they will play the wide-open spaces.
Chris?
I've gone Croydon. I just think that, you know, a lot of these match of the rounds that are can also turn out to be quite cagey affairs, just given how close the matchups are. I think, you know, obviously number 1 rated defence in the league, I think will stand up well today.
Yeah, I've tipped Heathmont, but I think it's important for Croydon to certainly stick with him in this first half. Don't want to give up a lead, I think, as you mentioned yesterday on the podcast, Ray.
And Ryan, the umpire with the ball, you know his name.
Yes, Rocket.
Officiating in his 300th game.
300th game, leading us off here at H.E Parker Reserve. Chris Cordes will take us underway.
So the ball is up and we're underway now. Eastland match of the round, and straight away it's socket off the deck, more of a half volley straight into forward 50, shallow entry, but Heathmont will look to repel this. They look down the line, it's a bit of a squib kick and ushered over the line by Croydon. So a bit of early stoppage dominance there from the Blues, but repelled well from Heathmont. And we'll have a boundary throw in just in true centre wing here, as it will be Croydon kicking to the right of your screen as the ball has come in and the Croydon ruck wins it first. Tapped down now, looking to bring it out of Heathmont. Just a dumping kick, looking to take territory, and leading up at the front was well done there by Blair Hudson. He looks to get it forward, but it's intercepted in the back from the Blues, and they have a chance to assess their options. Kick to a 2v1. It was well done from the Heathmont player to get across and provide the spoil there in Ryan Young.
Great effort by Young then. He looked to me as though he was going to be about half a yard short, but he made up in a terrific effort.
That's exactly right. I was able to get across and affect the contest well as boundary throwing comes in straight in front of us as the rucks go at it. It's brought down by Young as well, but now the footy's hit the deck and Croydon just throw it on the boot of Mitch Chappell and get it forward. In front of them, man, was Cameron Atkinson there as he looks to go forward once more. It's a shallow entry inside 50, 1v1 back there, but using the body well and taking the mark now. It's a chance for Croydon to have their first set shot of the day. Comes only 90 seconds into this match. It's Blake Podesta, who's got 16 on the season, currently leading the Blues in scoring. We heard in the pre-game our head coach, Rhett Jordan, had done some work with him because he's hit the ground running, the youngster. It'll be kicking this one from about 45 out, just greater than a 45-degree angle. As in comes Podesta on the right boot. Kit looks good. It's got the distance. Oh, and it's hit the post just. So Croydon on the scoreboard first. One behind plays Heathmont yet to score.
Is it just me, boys? But in all levels of football, even last night, the ball hits the goalpost a lot. I reckon they put magnets in the goalpost. No, more so than ever the last season or so, I reckon.
Conspiracy theories here with Ray Baird. There's a good contest there in the centre as the Jets are looking to bring it out. It's in the hands of Harry Isaacs. They look to go forward again, but ball's cut off, sent inside the forward 50 of Croydon now. Rising highest was a couple of them, one of which was Sam Milner. Now it's come out in the pocket, looking for a centering kick on the check side. Did that ball hit the deck? The call is yes, so it's over for a rush behind. Just the finest of margins there. Denying a shot on goal for the Blues, but it's Croydon again. Second minus score of the day as we're waiting for the Jets to bring it back into play.
So yes, 2 behinds to no score coming up to the 3rd minute mark of this first quarter. The skipper and Jordan Haynes taking the kick in for the Jets. Hits up a target in Daniel Young. Looks to go straight away. Bit of a dangerous one to Feltham. They work through it through Young again. Getting a bit of time away. Basetto had a big game last week towards the boundary line. Haynes to Sverns. Back in towards an inbound target. Riley Brinton fighting hard. There's Haynes again. Been good early. Got the handball away. And now they look to go forward themselves, the Jets. It was in the direction of Hudson. Ball hit the deck and they had all the numbers. Colombo now sends them back into attack. Well spoiled there from Smith. And getting it across the line. Doing well against Vajramov.
A great passage of play there. Great pressure by both sides there, working the ball forward with all those handballs.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Haynes, the skipper, has had a fantastic season so far, and there's already a few disposals next to his name. So the ball to be brought back into play, broadcast side. Mullins Mahue pushes past his opposition. Pryor got the handball, off to Ficcarelli. We got it off to Nicholas. And they link up through Chappell. Chappell back to Nicholas. It was great work there from the Blues out of their back half. And the target is hitting Atkinson. Atkinson towards centre wing. Going forward, Cosentino. It's up another target, and the Blues have worked this well. They're a kick away from goal. Inside 50, hitting up Blake Podesta, who takes the mark just before the boundary line. And we'll have a set shot now on the other side of H.E Parker in front of the cricket nets. Tough angle from here.
I think that's what we're going to see all day today. When Croydon go forward, they're going to be very methodical, look for the short pass, take the lead, whereas when Heathmont go forward, I think it's going to be run onto the ball, wide open spaces.
So Blake Podesta hit the post to start the game. This is an even tougher angle, but he's delivered right through the middle.
He missed.
No. Oh, he's missed. I thought
he delivered right through there, that's for sure. You could hear it from here.
So it's just a minor score. So let off 3 behinds to Croydon. Heathmont yet to score 5 minutes gone first quarter, and just having a look at that replay. Yeah, I got too excited by...
Well, they couldn't have missed by much, and you've got to remember he kicked it from right outside the line, actually.
Yeah, it was a tough kick.
So it's the Jets that will bring it back in through Haynes, who's looking for a handball receive, but he's waved away, and now they're just looking to clear their lines. It's a good kick, finds a teammate on the far side wing. Now just a chance to slow down play a bit, assess their options for Heathmont as short chip kick finds its target, just inching the ball forward are the Jets. And now they'll look to go a bit longer down the line, take territory. It's a 1v1 contest under their brilliantly taken pack mark from Ayan Bajramov. He's the furthest forward regularly, but did brilliantly there to help his team progress the footy. And now the entry inside 50. There was a Jets player reaching for it or leaping for it while facing away from the footy. And I believe he's given away the free kick. So the Blues will look to go quick here and find a teammate as they look to switch in Hoostra. You can go one further down the wing, but instead Skibbs goes to a 1v1. The kick was good, well contested there from Chris Colombo. And he's given away the free kick in doing so. So the Blues with another chance to repel here. Just find a short target again. A lot of chip kick, uncontested footy so far. But it's with Fraser Smith, the skipper. Averages 21 disposals down there in the back line, as we heard in the pre-game. Is an excellent intercept mark as he looks to a pack that's formed down the wing, and they're just going to hoof it forward here from Jared Clark. 1v1 in the forward 50 for the Blues. In pursuit of it is Trent Dodd looking to get it. Shook his man temporarily. Footy won't quite see it up for him. And it's just been ushered over the boundary line. So you go boundary side.
Yeah, Chris, we heard from Scott earlier on about Fraser Smith, just that intercept mark, 14 last time, and he's sort of holding that intercept position, no real man as such, and just sort of sitting off, just trying to find that marking option. It's one that Heathmont need to keep an eye on.
So the ball's been thrown back in. We're inside the forward 50 of Croydon here. Body's wrapped up and holding the ball is a call.
Didn't have much time, did he, to get rid of it?
No, really. It didn't seem like a lot of prior, but the umpires pinned him for that, and that's the opinion that matters. So Croydon now with their 4th shot on goal, still looking for their first major of the day. This time, the footy's in the hands of Josh Pedinella, another one of those players who not too long ago played in an under-19 grand final for the club, as another youngster that's found his way into the side. So he's kicking on a slight angle, maybe 35 metres out. As kicks on its way. That's straight, it's true, and it's got the distance. So there you go. It's Josh Pedinella with the first of the day here in the Deakin University. Eastland, I should say, match of the round as Croydon finally get the first major of the day. Heathmont yet to score. Croydon 1-3-9.
Yeah, look, they've had that ball inside their forward 50 for probably 5 of the 8 minutes that we've been playing, and eventually they've come good.
Yeah, deserved to get a goal there, and that's a fantastic finish for Pedinella. First on the board for the Blues, 1-3-9. Heathmont no scores. We wait for the footy, and we will have to wait a fair while each time it goes down that hill because there is no one standing behind there. Unfortunately for Daniel Young, he's had to go down and chase it. Scott?
One thing I like from both clubs, they got the juniors just doing the water boy work down here on both Heathmont and Croydon. There's about 5 of them. So
yeah, it did
just training in practice.
Yeah, very good.
Well, tell them to send some juniors behind the goal, Scott, so we don't have to wait. So.
Noted, Chris. I'll see what I can do.
It's always
you reckon we'll see a few 30-minute quarters today with the 9 behind the hill? Or?
Yeah, there could certainly be. Almost 9 minutes gone in this first term. Croydon 1-3-9, Heathmont no scorers. We're back in the middle again. Can the Jets respond with the next one? Out of the middle. Getting a kick away there. Bassetto was cut off. Going back was McKenzie, back inside 50 in the direction of Dodd. Juggling in front was Chappell, who put it in front. It was touched off the boot, so it was called to play on, was Hancock, as he got rid of it, but Croydon with all the numbers back. They go back to McKenzie to go forward again, back in towards the direction of Podesta, who's been lively early. Thrown on the boot was Daniel Young trying to clear it out, but just go straight back to Matt McKenzie, who looks inbound. Finds a target in Corey McKenzie, and Corey McKenzie looks inside 50. No mark taken. Well done there by Geordie Haynes to get a spoil on that, and his second efforts were good as well. Ball out the back, inside 50 again for the Blues. We're going to get a ball up. Holding the ball again. They are hot on that call. We'll go down to the score centre as well with Paul.
Just got some Premier scores. East Ringwood 2-1-13 to South Croydon yet to score. Mitcham 3-2-20 to Vermont 1 straight 6. Donny East 1-1-7 to Berwick yet to score. And Baldwin 1-2-8 to Blackburn 2 behind.
Thanks, Paul. We'll keep those scores across the afternoon as the ball spalled out of bounds in front of the Croydon coaching box. We'll get a boundary throw in 10 minutes gone first term. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Big Division 2 clash here today. The ball was tapped down from Lovell and going nowhere, so we'll get another ball up, centre wing, broadcast side.
So the Rucks will go at it again as this time there's no real winner in the contest. It was handball out by Ficcarelli. Kick spoiled, so here we go. It's gone forward for the Jets. A chance for them to get their first score on the board. It's off the hands of Bajramov, is now on the check side with an open goal square. Just won't quite bounce. And it's out for about
probably a good result there for Heathmont rather than being a behind, because now they can set up.
Locks the ball in the territory as we go around the grounds. Paul Coney.
In Divi 1, Bayswater 117 at Baronia 1 straight 6. Park Orchards 1 behind to Montrose yet to score. North Ringwood 1 straight 6 to Murrelbach yet to score. And South Belgrave 1-4-10 and Norwood 2 behinds.
Mullager McHugh couldn't quite take it cleanly in the ruck, and now the Blues are looking to bring it out. It's off the hands of Nicholas, and now they go wide and find a target in a team named Riley Britton, who now looks to just take some territory down the line. Kicks to a one-on-one. Podesta's there, hit the deck, couldn't quite take the mark cleanly. Looking to bring it out was James Feltham for the Jets. Now finds a teammate in Braden Bird, who just looks to keep taking territory. It's out the back of Mark and a play on and on the right boot, and there's a free man in the goal square in Blair Hudson. But getting back terrifically was Fraser Smith. The skipper was able to affect the contest and now gets the clearing kick out, but he's overcooked it. It's out the back of the 1v1 marking contest here. Dylan Feltham doing a well done. Good job there. Jack Davidson gets it back in the middle to Feltham. Sells a bit of candy. Steps inside on the right boot. 1v1 contest. Good body work. And Narcus couldn't quite get to the footy, and it's out for behind.
Defensively, Croydon have looked pretty good, and particularly with Fraser Smith down back is so important as we go back to the score centre with Paul.
Div 2 scores. Lilydale 1 straight 6 to Mulgrave yet to score. Surrey Park 1-1-7 to Ringwood 1 straight 6. Waverley Blues 2-2-14 to Tempe 1 behind.
We're on the far side wing here. Intercept mark taken by the Jets, so chance to go back and just assess their options. Is now finally a bit of movement inside forward. Just a long dumping kick. We just reached the edge of the forward 50. Bit of contact in the marking contest. Nothing paid there for Corey McKenzie as boundary now, and we'll have a boundary throw a ball up as we go boundary side to Scott Hardy.
Just another key matchup. Jay Mortimer's got the matchup on Badramov, so that's one to keep an eye on as well through the day.
Thanks for that, Scott. As Mullager McHugh just takes it out of the ruck. It's a handball. He has to go backwards so his team can go forwards. Hitters, they kicked, and now the footy will hit the deck. There's a free kick here. Advantage paid. Kicks on its way at goal and will stray wide. So another behind for Heathmont as the lead now cut down to 7 points. We go around the grounds. Paul Coney.
In Div 3, Sylvan 1-5-11 to the Basin 1-2-8. Upper Gully 1-2-8 to Fair Park 1 straight 6. Coldstream 2-3-15 to Donvale 2 behinds. Knox 1-2-8 to Ferntree Gully yet to score, and Scoresby 2-1-13 to Oakley District 2 behinds.
So thanks, Paul, as McKenzie sends it back out of their defence. The mark is taken by Riley Britton. And I don't know what happened there. Came to the side of the boot. Still ended up in Ficcarelli's hands, who goes back to Britton. Britton off the left boot. Finds a target forward, and they've moved this quite well. Now they go towards the half-forward line. Bounce off the chest of Dodd. Picked up that time by Feltham. And they look to go forward, Heathmont. But the Blues have got all the numbers around this contest. Here's Ficcarelli again. Bit of time and space. And just overdid the kick and falls into the hands of Harry Isaacs for Heathmont in defence. And he goes long in the direction of Mullager here. They've got all the numbers here. They raffle it off. The handball off to Davidson, who loads up and puts through the Jets first. They're on the board 1-2-8 to Croydon 1-3-9, and they had all the numbers out the back, so a great result for the Jets.
There's nothing pretty about the entry, though. Their entries coming into the forward 50, they're giving it too much airspace, and it's given the opposition defenders a chance to get to the contest, whereas when Croydon goes forward, they're hitting their targets on the chest.
Some Div 4 scores. Kilsyth and Bulleen Templestowe are 1-1-7 apiece, and Warrandyte 3-2-20 to Forest Hill 2 straight 12.
So just waiting to restart play here in the middle of H.E Parker Reserves. Croydon's lead has now been cut to a point. as the Rucks will go at it once more, and this time it's Lovell winning the contest, but couldn't quite get a clean tap. We'll have another ball up. Really no territory gained in that occasion as the Rucks will go at it once more. Lovell wins it again. A commanding figure there in the Ruck contest going up against Ferns. And another ball up just inside the centre circle where we began this passage of play. So no side either really able to win the arm wrestle for territory as Rucks go at it again. They cancel each other out off the hands of Ficcarelli, looking to get a kick forward to his Chappell, but was hit while he kicked, so couldn't get boot to ball. Now the Jets go forward. They've got a spare back, but it's a good mark playing in front. Was Mullinger McHugh, who now looks to the far side of the 50 and has an open player. Well taken mark, despite the defender coming across by Braden Bird. And he can now slow it down and go for a shot on target. It's Jai Mortimer that was looking to come across and affect the contest, but well taken in the midst of a closing defender there from Bird. And he'll have this attempt. Kick will come from about 35 metres out. It's the slide angle here to put the Jets in front as he goes into his motion. The kick is on its way and it sounds good. It is good. Heathmont take the lead for the first time today. That moves them to 2-2-14. 5-point lead over Croydon, 1-3-9.
Look, we're 16 minutes into the 16 and a half minutes into the game. Croydon have controlled the football for most of that time, but the answer, 2 quick goals to Heathmont, has really put them into the contest.
Just got a score update from Premier Division. Noble Park and Rowville are 1 point apiece.
I got a score here for the media team. Warrandyte Reserves 24-17, 161. Forest Hill Reserves 1 goal 6.
I bet you Blake didn't get
Where
that one.
where are the best on votes, right?
I know.
He'll claim an effective disposal.
I'm sure he will. He gave away 25
An assist
last week as back in the middle here. Tap down from Dodd, but the clearance forward from the Jets. Fraser Smith tracking this one. Ball just didn't bounce up to him very kindly. Did enough to get the handball away. Back into trouble. Bird, who almost got possession of it. It's now Ficcarelli off to Chappell. Chappell bouncing ball towards the half-forward line. Picked up cleanly by Clark. Handballed to the player running past in Constantino. And has given away a free kick to hold the ball. And taking this one for the Jets will be Thomas Hancock, who goes back to Isaacs. In defence here for the Jets, who's looking to switch the play. Decides to go back from where it came. Mullinger Hughes underneath this one. Strong hands. He's able to take the grab in front of his opposition. Goes inbound. The kick's a good one. Lake Tink. The ball in the middle of the ground for the Jets. Just slowed things down a little bit. Finding the footy here is Ryan Young. They've moved this slow but nicely. Now in towards the pocket, and the mark is taken in front there was Bajramov. Fantastic lead from Ahan, and he'll have a chance to put through the Jets' third.
His opponent then, Mortimer, as he went to take off to chase him, he hit to the ground, so very slippy and a bit wet maybe in that pocket over there underneath the trees.
Yeah, it certainly could be, and this is right now, he's right in front of the scoreboard out here at H.E Parker Reserve. It's a difficult kick, but playing some good footy at the moment is Bajramov. Kicked the 4 goals last week for the Jets in their big win against Templestowe. And this is a chance for a really strong response from the Jets after Croydon had the first 4 scoring shots of the game. Bajramov loads
good.
up and it is to the right. So just a minor score let off for the Blues. They move to 2-3-15 Heathmont. Croydon 1-3-9. 19.5 minutes gone. Bendigo Bank scoreboard first term.
Yeah. I think the difference in Heathmont at the moment, instead of the first 10 minutes, is they're lowering their eyes and they're looking for a target rather than trying to kick the ball long.
Exactly right. And it was something that was identified in the pre-game interviews that we heard from the coaches, was especially with Croydon's Fraser Smith back there, they need to be mindful of how they enter their forward 50. So we've got a boundary throw-in just in front of us here, true centre wing. So we're waiting for the ball to be brought back in and the players to take their positions.
Well, Smith's actually a loose man inside that 50 there. He hasn't got an opponent at all.
He does just float, averages 90% possessions on the season, so it's definitely important as we go boundary side to Scott Hardy.
Yeah, that's been the whole quarter there, Ray. He's just sort of sat in that position just to try and cut it off.
Getting hands to the footy and tackled straight away was Pettinella there for the Blues.
But I think when the opposition's got a player like that down there, your player need to go there because 2-on-1 is better than just one on his own.
Got to make him accountable, don't you, Ro?
Yeah.
So we'll have another ball up here, true centre wing. No one really able to get any real territory going as it's punched out of the ruck, fell to Feltham. Now, Jazz player wrapped up in the tackle, but get the free kick for high. It's fair enough. So it's Harry Isaacs will have the footy in his hands. In the best on votes 5 times throughout this season already. As he'll just look to take territory with the kick and go long. There's quite a pack forming underneath it here as it's off the hands of Nathan Mullinger-McEwen out for a boundary throw. So we go around the grounds, Paul Coney.
Some Premier scores. East Ringwood 5-1-31 to South Croydon yet to score. Mitcham 4-2-26 to Vermont 2-2-14. Noble Park and Roeville 1 point apiece. And Donny East 1-2-8 to Berwick 1 behind. And Baldwin 1-3-9 to Baldwin 1-2-8.
So Feltham's kick just found the ground and now we'll have another ball up here. Still at true centre wing. Footies keeps finding a way back here. Can't really get it to either end here as Mullinger-McHugh goes out of the ruck, was tackled. Ball pop 3, another tackle wrapped up here just where we started as get each of the players back up and ready to go again. It was Trent Dodd applying the tackle there. And he's been doing the ruck work there. A bit of relief rucking against Mullinger-McHugh, but it's McHugh that wins this one. And the kick from Feltham just hit a man that's closest to him and popped back out. So pushing the back free kick, going the way of the Blues here, and it's in the hands of Cameron Atkinson. So a chance for Croydon to regain some of that territory dominance they had early on. But they'll go backwards here first to then go forwards. It's in the hands of Riley Britton, whose kick goes high, but finds its target in Fraser Smith, who's on the far side now. They switch the ball as we're past 22-minute mark played in this first term. It's on the far side. Mark couldn't quite be taken. In pursuit is a fair few players. One of them, Luke Sparks, for the Blues. He doesn't have the ball now, wrapped up in the tackle as his teammate, and the whistle comes and we'll have a ball up.
There's a bit of biff going on.
Yeah, a bit of afters here and there.
Just quickly some Division
Free
1.
kick here just against Colombo too.
Go on, Paul.
Just some Div 1 scores. Boronia 2-2-14 to Bayswater 1-1-7. Park Orchards 3-1-19 to Montrose yet to score. And South Belgrave 4-4-28 to Norwood 2-2-14.
Thanks for that, Paul. So Matt McKenzie had the ball, found a target in there, and Nicholas, who now goes forward. Gee, didn't get the kickers quite nicely as he wanted off the ball drop, and now Heathmont have a chance to repel. It's at the ground, picking it up was Ficcarelli. Stutters once, stutters twice, gets it wide to teammate Jason Pryor, looks goalward, might drop just short, but more importantly would drop wide, and that's gone out for a behind.
Just some Div 3 scores. Heathmont, Lilydale 2-2-14 to Mulgrave 1-6. I was about to read out this score. Surrey Park 3-1-19 to Ringwood 2-12. And Waverley Blues and Templestyle 2-4-16 apiece.
The Mullinger-McHugh dropping deep, but again on the footy himself. He takes a mark just outside the defensive 50 and will now look long, but they need a marking target in the air here since he's not there, and off multiple hands, and now for a boundary throw in here. Yet again, true centre wing just in front of us on the pavilion side as the ball seems to be stuck here for a lot of the game, but still 24 minutes played here. The Jets by 5 on their home turf, fighting back after Croydon got on top of them early as Mullinger-McHugh will be in the ruck against Lovell. They'll nullify each other. Wrapping up in the tackle is Jason Pryor. We'll have another ball up, so we go around the grounds of Port Coney.
We'll do Div 3 scores here. Sylvan 2-6-18 to the Basin 2-2-14. Upper Ferntree Gully 4-3-27 to Fair Park 1-6. Coldstream 4-4-28 to Donvale 2-4-16. Knox 1-2-8 to Ferntree Gully 1-1-7, and Scoresby 4-2-26 to Oakley District 3 behinds.
Thank you, Paul. As Lovell wins it in the ruck, they get it out to McKenzie. His kick was spoiled back into the hands of Jason Pryor, who's had a bit of the footy in the last few minutes, and now for a boundary throw on it once more. So continuing to time on here, it's still the Jets by 5.
Yeah, coming up to the 25th minute mark of this first term. Paul Uconi.
Just some Div 4 scores. Bulleen Templestowe 3-2-20 to Kilsyth 3-1-19 and Warrandyte 4-5-29 to Forest Hill 2-12.
So ball brought back into play here. The Jets looking to open this one up. In the middle of the ground is Bird, who goes forward. It's a 1-on-2 and it favours Croydon. Smith takes the mark and looks to play on right away. He's going to switch it towards the far side out here at Croydon at H.E Parker Reserve. Was looking for Britton. Picking it up instead for the Jets was Coman. He goes inbound, picked off by McKenzie. The intercept mark for the Blues. 25 and a half minutes gone first term, so I wouldn't expect too long of a first quarter with just a 3 goals kicked. Here's Fraser Smith doing a lot of work in this first term. Sends them long into attack, and a great hands there from Pryor.
Good take.
All this leads back to that entry that Heathmont could have had. Scott Hammer would not be happy with that. You're running out of the centre square. You kick it to a one-on-one. When you had a short man, you could have passed it over the top to him.
Yeah, wasn't the best forward 50 entry for the Jets, no. and really played into Fraser Smith's hands as Pryor now having an opportunity to put the Blues back in front before quarter time. They trail by 5 points from about 30 metres out. Likes it off the boot. Blues have got their second. 2-4-16 Croydon. Heathmont 2-3-15. 26 and a half minutes gone first term, and Pryor gets his first of the afternoon.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary with Scott Hardy.
Yeah, just to your point, Ray, I think you really need to put a man on Fraser Smith. That goal, all him, that continual run, and that's been throughout this first quarter. Whenever they're coming out of the defence, Fraser Smith always finding sort of space on the far side or looking for the switch. So that's something that Heathmont will need to adjust going into the second quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. They just cannot play into Smith's hands, which was
right.
Noted at the start of the day.
Even if they've got a man, send the man on who's on someone else with Smith, because I'd rather have it in someone else's hands than in Smith's hands.
Rucks will go at it here. The Jets looking to bring it out through Feltham. Couldn't quite take the footy cleanly, now wrapped up in the tackle. There's plenty of bodies around the ball here. Can't even see who's around there. There's one of them was Matt McKenzie for the Blues, with the umpire will call for a ball up as both teams up for the scrap so far today as the past 27-minute mark here in this first term. The Rucks will go at it once more. It's Lovell winning the contest, but there's a free kick going the way of the Jets, but it doesn't matter because that's all she wrote for the first term. As you hear the quarter time siren, it's Heathmont 2-3-15 trailing by a single point to Croydon 2-4-16 as we go through our goal kickers for this encounter so far. For Heathmont, we have singles to Braden Bird and Jack Davidson. For Croydon, we have singles to Jason Pryor and Josh Pettinella.
Quarter time out here at H.E Parker Reserve. Croydon take a 1-point lead, 2-4-16 over the Jets, 2-3-15. We'll be back to hear from one of the coaches in the second quarter action from H.E Park.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve. Heathmont taking on Croydon. And at quarter time, it is the Blues leading by a single point, 2-4-16 to the Jets, 2-3-15. In the Eastland match of the round, a big game for both sides with a spot inside the top 5 up for grabs. 4th versus 6. Ryan Long joined by Chris Cordes, Ray Baird, Paul Uconi and Scott Hardy on the boundary. Ray, we'll start with you in that first term. Even first quarter, both sides had a bit of it at different stages. And seems like a pretty fair assessment to be 1 point in it.
You're right. It took 8 minutes or so for one of the sides, Croydon, to kick the first goal of the game.
Boundary.
And they seem to have that control. We'll go down boundary side to Scott.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Got Rhett Jordan joining me. Thanks, Rhett, for your time. Obviously, good first quarter. Strong competition.
Yeah, no, hot footy. It was, wouldn't say it was a clean quarter of footy either way, because obviously both teams playing pretty physical, head over the footy start. So obviously not clean, not probably a great watch for everyone out there, but from our point of view, I had a bit of a dip, had a bit of a crack and dipped our toes, so I got a bit of an idea.
And obviously a message sort of through that quarter, you're impressed with the tackling pressure and obviously backing yourself. So anything further from that?
No, it's a big thing. Just obviously being a pretty young group, obviously, and like I said, pretty deep in our list, is just more backing ourselves, backing each other, and that frontal pressure is really important, especially a side like this. They get their handball receive game going, they can get pretty dangerous on the outside.
Thanks for your time, Rhett.
Thanks there to Scott Hardy with Rhett Jordan down on the boundary at quarter time, and both sides now starting to make their way back out to their positions to get ready to go for this second term. But it's certainly wide open in this game, and who's going to take.
It was a 50-50 first quarter. Croydon had the first initial grab at it, then Heathmont got back into it, but just at the end of the quarter, Croydon took control again. But one thing that we've all said up here on the balcony is that they've got to put a man down on Fraser Smith. He's just had so much of the football, and you've got to have someone, even if you give up one here. He's obviously got an opponent, so there's someone running around loose. Get him down there on Fraser.
Yeah, defensive forward. So just certainly you can't play into his hands, and that last one that set up the Croydon goal back in defence where it was a 2-on-1 and just didn't seem to work. So back in the middle here for the second term, 1 point in it, Blues leading for the Eastland match of the round, and we're underway.
So 2-3-15 plays 2-4-16. It's the Blues by a point as the Jets win the first centre stoppage, and is roosted forward by Lachlan's Ferns in the ruck. 2 hands to it, couldn't quite take it around the footies. Blair Hudson in pursuit, but it's going to be the Blues that bring it out through Aaron Nicholas. Shrugging to tackle. Oh, and the kick came off the instep and goes straight out of the full. So the Jets with a chance to go inside. A rem error there from Fraser Smith. Did have pressure on him as he went to kick it, so will be brought back into play by Jack Davidson. Already has a goal to his name. It will be well out of range here, so we'll look to set up one of his teammates as the kick goes deep. We'll just drop just short of the top of the square. There's plenty of bodies around it. Ficker really now with a footy looks to switch it out wide and does so. Finds a teammate, and the Blues can now repel forward. Taking the mark is number 26 in Josh Pettinella, another goal scorer for today. And he just goes back and slows things down, gives his teammates time to get forward, and we're now looking to the centre. Bit of a scuffed kick, but finds the waiting arms of Adrian Ficker really in the middle. So Ficker really just chips it wide again. Croydon able to get the ball from their goal square to true centre wing here, untouched. As they'll need to take some territory now and get some physical work done, as flying for it was Milner, couldn't quite come down with it. And now the ball's gone out for a boundary throw-in as we go to the score centre here with Paul Uconi.
In Premier Division, East Ringwood 5-3-33 to South Croydon 1-6. Mitcham 5-2-32 to Vermont 2-2-14. Rowville 3-1-19. Noble Park 1 behind. Donny East 2-2-14 to Berwick 1-1-7. And Blackburn 2-5-17 to Baldwin 1-4-10. That's a high tackle.
And it is a high tackle indeed, as Richmond have maybe found a bit of a turning point here. As nevertheless, here Jordan Haynes with the footy in hands can't quite settle on an option to go for. Will now play on to his right and just look to set up a teammate in the middle, and does so with an excellent kick that will find its target in Ryan Young, who looks further. One more as Chris Anarkis takes a mark. Was rushed by Jason Pry for a second. They're lucky to not give away a 25-minute penalty, but nevertheless, Anarkis directing traffic inside 50. Gee, scuffs the kick horribly off the instep. The intercept mark falls straight into the lap of the Croydon defenders. They can now look to bring it out and look to do so through the middle. Cheap kick finds Ficcarelli, who's had a fair bit of the footy. He'll go back and assess his options as he's got teammates moving through the middle now, and he'll find and use one of them in Aaron Nicholas, but he was a 15, so it's play on back to Ficcarelli. Ficcarelli looks wide. Target was McKenzie, couldn't quite pick it up. Applies a good tackle though. Here's Anarkis for the Jets. Sends it inside forward 50. 1v1 contest there. Comes off hands, couldn't quite pick it up. Nicholas is around it. Taken. It is taken legally, and it's a ball up.
That was a hospital kick by Anarkis then, wasn't it, to his teammate?
Just stood him up under the ball with the taller defender as the ball hits the deck out of the ruck contest, and Matt McKenzie looks to bring it out, just sends a kick out wide.
That's a good mark.
It's a very well taken intercept mark by Harry Isaacs there.
Expert body work there.
7 intercept possessions a game for the man, 5 times in best already this season as he looks into the forward 50, and no real winner of the ball yet. McKenzie applying a tackle. Blues look to bring it out. We'll just chip a kick into the middle, and with a bit of space, they can take a mark. So Croydon have done well to find the first couple passes here as Patanella looks inboard, but it's connecting their midfield to their forward liners with their fallen short as McKenzie plays on someone unwantingly. Smith now gets it, sends a high kick out wide, but will find a teammate in Cameron Atkinson. He looks forward. It's a 1v1 contest, well spoiled there by Eckert. And Eckert applies a tackle as well for the Jets. So good win in the individual contest there for him. So you go to the score centre with Paul Uconi.
Div 2 scores: Baronia 4-3-27 at Bayswater 1-1-7. Park Orchards 4-1-25 to Montrose 1 behind.
Under a lot of pressure here is the Heathmont defence.
I'll just finish off those scores quickly. North Ringwood 4-3-27 to Mooroolbark 1-1-7, and South Belgrave 6-4-40 to Norwood 2-2-14.
And back here, it's still no score in this second term. 2-3 plays 2-4 with Croydon leading by a point inside their forward half. Ficcarelli got the handball away to McKenzie. McKenzie goes back to the other McKenzie and Corey McKenzie, who loads up from outside the arc, and it looked like it has just snuck through for a goal. It has. I thought, from my angle, it looked like it was touched. Got this up on the screen if you're watching on YouTube and Facebook, and the Jets defenders are absolutely certain it was touched, and I thought the same thing.
I think they're having a little review here.
So that's touched. That's certainly touched by Jordan Haynes. Now, whether or not this is going to get overturned, because they don't have the footage down there, but that was touched.
The problem was the umpire was protecting his life.
Correct
The
call.
umpire was in the wrong spot. He should have come over to the goalpost and watched.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
So correct call, and it is just a minor score. 2-5-17 Croydon to 2-3-15 Heathmont. This ball will come back to John Haynes to take the kick in.
This is good because you've got 3 very experienced umpires out there today.
Yes, very good. Very good crew out there.
So that overturn call has got the crowd next to us here going a bit at H.E Parker, but it's brought out for the Blues to Aaron Nicholas, who's had a much bigger impact in this second term, and finds Ficcarelli, who can go forward, look to drill one to a teammate in Podesta, who takes the mark and cops one high.
Yeah.
Did brilliantly to hold on to the footy there. It was a commanding lead by the big man. He did well to reel it in. So he'll go back, and he's still looking for his first of the day, despite 2 set shots early on. It was a nicely set up move there from the likes of Croydon. So it'll be Podesta. The kick doesn't necessarily favour a right footer. He's a couple steps in from the boundary line. What will be in his favour is he'll only be kicking from about 25 out. Still on a tight angle, however. So here's Podesta to push it out to a 2-kick game. Is pulled it wide. So just the minor scores. We're going to the stats score centre with Paul Uconi.
In Div 2, Mulgrave 3-1-19 to Lilydale 2-4-16. Surrey Park 6-1-37 to Ringwood 3 straight 18. Tempe 4-4-28 to Waverley Blues 3-6-24, and East Burwood 1-6-12 to Wani South 1-1-7.
So Haynes will take the kick in and just find a teammate short in Harry Eckert. He looks to the edge of 50, but has weighted that kick absolutely perfectly to find a teammate in Nicholas Coleman, who now looks to the boundary line. He didn't weight that kick perfectly at all, and it's in the hands of Matt McKenzie now as intercept mark's taken. McKenzie finds the lead of his teammate in Clark. Jared Clark now looks to go inside forward 50. He's got a teammate there. Couldn't quite get to it. It was Trent Dodd. Heathmont defence doing well, getting the handball off, but copping one high was Coleman. And there's a free kick being called there for high contact, which is fair enough. If it wasn't for one, it was definitely going to be for the other. Croydon maybe getting their 10 cents worth there in their forward 50, but it'll be Heathmont to bring it back out through Patrick O'Connor. Pat O'Connor finds a target, and now they'll look into the middle, standing under it, almost uncontested. Was Adrian Ficcarelli, just seemed to read the ball better than everyone else around it. Gets it to Matt McKenzie, wasn't 15, so now the Blues have to just dump a kick inside forward 50, and Podesta's leading up. So, probably the best player on the field at leading and taking a mark, but sits at 0-3 for the day.
Yep. Very familiar to the start of this first term.
He will go back once more. Kick from about 30, 35 metres out. This is a kinder angle to him, just greater than 45 degrees from the centre of the field. So here's Podesta on the right boot in his fourth attempt at a set shot. Walks it in, kicks on its way, and fourth time's a charm. There it is for Blake Podesta. He gets his opener in the second term. It's his 17th for the season, and it pushes this game out to a 9-point lead for the Croydon Blues as we go around the grounds of Port Yukoni.
We'll go to Div 3 now as Sylvan lead 4-6-30 to the Basin 4-3-27. Upper Gully 6-4-4 tie to Fair Park 2-12. Coldstream 6-5-41 to Donvale 3-5-23. Knox 2-4-16 to Ferntree Gully 1-1-7, and Scoresby 5-3-33 to Oakley District 1-4-10.
I think it's time for one of those other back six for Heathmont. I've got to get in there and help Tommy Hancock. You've got to put your body on the line and get in front to cut that lead off.
Well, here goes the Jets out of the middle this time. Run down. And it's a holding the ball free kick, and that was Avery. The chase down tackle looks to switch it towards the far side because there's Chappell, who goes back to McKenzie. Corey McKenzie. Both Corey and Matt McKenzie having plenty of the footy. Slipping over at the wrong time was Pettinella. Falls now into the lap of Anarchis. Anarchis inside 50. It's a one-on-one out the back, and the mark is taken. And Hudson will go back and have the set shot on goal for the Jets. And just it was unfortunate for Pettinella, who slipped over at a crucial spot in the ground.
Yeah, you won't want to see that one
There's been a couple of falls now. Yeah. I think Scott Hardy's assessment may have been slightly awry.
I was waiting for that, Lee. Oh, look, it felt very fair in the part that I went.
it looks quite dry out there, so
maybe that's
a bit
just boot issue.
As Hudson will line up to put the Jets third on the board. Bit of an angle, 30 out. Hudson has put it through.
Yeah.
And the Jets get their third, 3-3-21, trailing Croydon 3-6-24. 10.5 minutes gone second term, and the margin back to 3 points.
Just some scores in Div 4. Kilsyth 4-1-25 to Ball in Templestowe 3-3-21, and Warrandyte 7-7-49 to Forest Hill 2-12.
Scotty, you spoke about the water boys before the game. I think they've got to look at some of those birth certificates, because there is actually a rule that you have to be 12 years old to be a water boy. This little one in front of the club rooms here, I reckon he's about 5.
Nah, 12. Checked it. All good.
So Race turned down the gauntlet there as Pettinella won it out of the middle. McKenzie wrapped up in a tackle.
That is part of his task as a boundary rider, checking birth certificates of water boys. So.
You're going on height, Ray. I don't know if this is a bit of pot kettle.
As Lovell gave away a free kick in the ruck contest, playing on for the Jets was Becerra, but he got caught. And then a high tackle paid against Pettinella. So,
yeah, I like the way Pettinella, he gave a free kick it away then, but I love the way he's so tough at the football.
As Trent Wynn has the footy, goes forward. It was good in that first quarter, but that kick only finds the waiting arms of Matt McKenzie, who can take a fairly uncontested intercept mark. He goes down the wing to Riley Britton. 7 times in best this season, Britton equals second in the division. And as he chips down the line and finds his teammate Jacob Avery, who goes one further and gets it to Sam Milner. So Croydon very deliberate in the way they're building up their play today. As Milner assesses his options. Sure, he'd be getting some advice from the Heathmont dugout, who was just in front of them. And flying high was Mullinger McHugh, but couldn't quite take the footy or get enough of it to bring it down. And the umpire calls for a ball up, just on the edge of the forward 54. The Blues. As the ball goes up, Lovell in the tap, only as far as an opponent knows. Now the Jets are looking to bring out big spoil by Matt McKenzie. He's been everywhere so far in this opening half. And does well to lock the ball in there. So we'll have a boundary throw in just in front of us here on the pavilion side. As the Rucks get ready to go at it again, and this time it's Mullinger McHugh winning the tap. It's off hands. Mullinger McHugh again roving his own ruck work. Gets a kick around the corner. It only falls to Jason Pryor for the Blues. It's Pryor with a goal to his name already. And a big opening turn from him. Looks straight down the line, return to sender. Mullinger McHugh's underneath. He gets 2 hands to the footy. Couldn't quite take it cleanly. Now looking for it, Jared Clark. He wraps someone up in the tackle. Holding the man. They held on for too long. His man didn't have it. So the footy will find its way back to Jack Davidson. And Heathmont would just like to keep the ball now. They get it to Daniel Young. Handball quickly to Isaacs, who looks one further, and they've switched the ball now well. Have the Jets, and Hancock finds an open man. As Isaacs provides a lead, but he isn't given the footy as a stabby kick down the line and find another teammate. They're just both teams so far managing to bring it out of defence quite well, but just struggling with their inside 50 entries. As there's another mark taken for the Jets, as now they'll probably look to go long, and they do just that as the kick takes territory, and it's out the back of the pack, and in pursuit is Blair Hudson. He's got no one around him for 15 metres, kicks a goal, and it's true, and he loves it. Out the back of the pack, read the flight the best, and gets his second for the quarter as Heathmont take the lead.
That was great play by Hudson. The ball was going to come over the back. He was the only one that didn't go to the contest, and they opened it slather to the goal. But the way Heathmont, if they got a switch, that was good when they switched from here and they were very quick. But they went 1 and 2, but then they stopped. If you got a switch like that, you've got to have someone from the back 5 here running to the centre to give you another option.
So Hudson's 14th for the season. There's a lot of talk before this season about what life without Liam Malone would look like in 2025. Obviously, their leading goal kicker in the past season, but Blair Hudson stood up with 2 today and 14 on the season.
Definitely puts the Jets back in front by 3 points. 15 minutes gone, second term, out of the middle. Ball going nowhere. We'll get another ball up right where we started.
Ryan, yesterday on Friday preview, we predicted a real battle here, and I think we're going to get up to 3.5 quarters.
Yeah, we certainly has, as Mullinger McHugh got the tap out, but a big tackle there from Ficcarelli, making James Feltham earn every possession today. So ball up again. Mullinger McHugh got the tap down. Here's Ryan Young out of the middle, the clearance forward. It went over Hudson's head and into the lap of another teammate in Bajramov.
The advantages of your forward playing in front, just for that sloppy kick that comes down out of the pack.
Yeah, and well done Ryan Young, who managed to get through traffic and hit up Bajramov on the chest. And now he has a chance to go back for his first of the afternoon. He'll be directly in front, be kicking from about 25 metres out. Back him from here. Here's a good kick of the football. Zahan Bajramov kicked the 4 goals last week. Slow approach, directly in front to put the Jets 9 points up. And he puts it through, makes no mistake. Heathmont 5-3-33, Croydon 3-6-24, 16.5 minutes gone second term. And the Jets just starting to get a bit of control in this one.
And I think we're seeing a copy of the first quarter, where in the first quarter, Croydon controlled the first 10, 15 minutes, and they've done that again up to now. But then Croydon have the ability to come back late in the quarter, and they've done it again.
Absolutely. And the Jets just seeming to take their chances a bit better than the Blues at the moment. Croydon definitely have had chances to kick ahead and get a bit of a gap between them and their opponents, but Heathmont reeling them back in and taking the lead now with some solid shots at goal. So far in the second term, as Mullinger McHugh leaps highest in the ruck contest, but could only tap it down to his direct opponent in Dodd. Now the Jets going backwards to go forward. Get it to James Feltham, who looks inside forward 50. The ball hit the deck. We're going to bring it out as Aaron Nicholas had a great game so far. Clearing kick from Jacob Avery. Couldn't quite get Britt to ball as nicely as he would have liked. Now the Blues with another chance to bring it out. They find a teammate in, I believe, Trent Dodd, and now they can look to bring it out through this near side wing. It's well contested there by Coleman. He's got a bit of work to do. Gets it to Isaacs, looking down the wing for a handball and couldn't quite get it to his teammate in Jack Davidson. So we'll have a boundary throw-in, true centre wing here. So the Rucks will get ready to go again. Mullinger McHugh and Dodd go at it. Gee, Dodd just bumped Mullinger McHugh and took the ball straight out of the ruck contest. It almost looked like McHugh didn't want to be there at all. And now Croydon have the ball, but they're wrapped up in a tackle, and if Heathmont can get it quickly, they'll have a chance. They decide to slow it down instead of going for a chance to take the quick transition as Mullinger McHugh's under it. This time he wins the drill and takes a mark. So obviously
he's starting to put his authority on the game.
Yeah, he is, and obviously he has that height mismatch with him and Trent Dodd as he just chips a kick down the line. Gee, it was straight through the hands of Billy Boxes. Croydon can now repel and look to go inside forward 50 quickly. Podesta takes a mark just outside the arc, has some options short, can't quite decide on who to go to. Directs traffic just to go forward, sends a long one in. It's a 1v1 contest there. Good body work by both players. Heathmont 4v1, they have the numbers. Go backwards to go forward. Isaac chips it out and finds the hands of Lake Tink. So the Jets bring it out and they're going quite quickly here as they got it to Colombo. Chris Colombo goes one further out to Braden Bird, who looks to go quickly down the wing. Sends it inside forward 50. It's going to bounce well for Dylan Feltham, who gets a bit of a check side going goalwards. And just couldn't quite get it across the goal well enough. So a quick transition from the Jets, but only for a minor score.
Just going back to Podesta here. Look, if he'd have kicked it when like he was first of all, that was an opportunity, but he just took too long to kick the ball.
He did, as the ball's brought back into play. The mark has been paid here to Riley Britton at the half-back line. Britton looks to play on straight away, and it's a turnover. Now a chance to the Jets, who Coleman, who goes inside 50 in front, taking the mark on the second attempt is Hudson. And this is certainly in his distance. He'll be kicking from just outside the arc here at H.E Parker. Slight angle. He's already got 2 in the quarter. And this for goal number 3 to really put the pressure on the Blues. They've kicked the last 3 goals of the game, have Heathmont. 5-4-34 to 3-6-24. This kick from Hudson, looking for his 3rd in the quarter. Ooh. The kick, it's on its way. If it holds its distance, just punched through on the last line of defence for a minor score. Not a bad effort. 5-5-35 the Jets, 3-6-24 Croydon. And we'll go down to Paul Ucundy in the score centre.
Got some premier scores. East Ringwood 6-5-41 to South Croydon 2 straight 12. Vermont 6-3-39 to Mitcham 5-5-35. Rowville 3-2-20 to Noble Park 3 behinds. Donny East 4-3-27 to Berwick 2-2-14. And Blackburn 3-9-27 to Baldwin 3-8-26.
So the Blues here need to find a way to stem the bleeding almost and reverse this momentum, because it seems to be all Heathmont in the last 10 minutes or so. As the Rucks will go at it, Dodd taps it down, looking to find a teammate, but now the Blues can bring it out through Aaron Nicholas. Good intercept mark, going back with a fly to the ball taken by Nicholas Coleman, who's been good this quarter and can now look to go forward. Drills a kick out wide and awaits it perfectly, but going back, facing away from the ball, but still managing to spoil was Mitch Chappell. Now Aaron Nicholas has quite a bit of work to do, and he's tackled over the boundary line. So we'll have a boundary throw in just about on the forward 50 arc down Heathmont's end. As the players are setting up, and the next score might be quite big in this one as we're into time 1 now, just over 21 minutes played, as Dodd gets a great bit of body work and gets a handball out to Anderson. Anderson looking for Joel Jobling. Jobling now has to go backwards to find a teammate in Dodd. Dodd gets it back to Chappell. He was tackled, gave up possession. Now his box. Billy Box looks inside forward 50, couldn't quite get it to a teammate around the footy trying to pick it up. And ushering it over the line was Chris Colombo as we go to the score centre with Paul Coney.
In Division 1, Baronia 7-4-46 to Bayswater 2-2-14. Park Orchard 6-4-40 to Montrose 3-1-19. North Ringwood 7-3-45 to Mooroolbark 2-4-16. And South Belgrave 7-12-54 to Norwood 2-2-14.
22 minutes gone second term.
Another ball up here on the wingers. This time is Ferns who wins the ruck contest and is wrapped up straight away as we go boundary side to Scott Hardy.
Just the difference feeling from down boundary. I think the tackling pressure for Heathmont's definitely lifted in the second quarter compared to the first, which I'll put in favour of Croydon in that first one.
Free kick.
There's a free kick advantage paid to Lake Tinker. Goes inside in soft hands. No one could quite take it cleanly. And Aaron Nicholas is wrapped up in a tackle. The umpire will call for the ball. So the ball up 20 metres out from the Heathmont uprights. As winning the ruck contest there was John Mortimer for the Blues, and the free kick going the way of Croydon. As you go into the score centre with Paulie Cohn.
In Division 2, Mulgrave 5-3-33 to Lilydale 3-4-22. Surrey Park 9-1-55 to Ringwood 4-24. Tempe 8-4-52 to Waverley Blues 4-7-31. And East Burwood 4-6-30 to Warney South 1-4-10.
Knife taken in the middle by Joe Bloom. Can look wide and does, finds a teammate. And I'll look up the wing now. Another short kick. Was paid a mark. Yes, it was. Looks like the umpire had a tiny bit to think about whether it was 15 or not. Gee, now a kick in board masked a lot, and a lot of teammate Jason Priory. Now they're looking to bring it out. Hudson's around the footy. It now ends up in his hands. Blair Hudson jugs it once, jugs it twice, gets the boot to ball. There's a man on the line who's going to stop it from going over. And he's done well to deny any score. Bit of a hospital ball in the middle, giving up that opportunity, but now they can settle, can the Blues. Mitch Chappell with the footy. He's been better recently in this turn. Looks down the line. Smith was spoiled from behind, looking to bring it back in. Is King for the Jets, who's also been better in the second turn. And it's out for a boundary throw-in. We go around the grounds with Paulie Coney.
Just some Div 3 scores. Sylvan 8-7-55 to the Basin 4-3-27. Upper Gully 10-6-66 to Fair Park 3-1-19. Donvale 6-9-45 to Coldstream 6-4-40. Knox 4-5-29 upper to Ferntree Gully 1-1-7, and Scoresby 8-4-52 to Oakley District 3-4-22.
Out here it's Heathmont 5-5-35 leading Croydon 3-6-24 in the Eastland match of the round. 25 minutes gone second term out at H.E Parker Reserve, and the Jets have kicked the last 3 goals of this game. We're still 55 metres out from their goals. Both ruckmen went up for this one, and a free kick has been awarded towards the Jets. So Lockie Ferns will send them back into attack. Has nothing in front of him just yet, so puts it up towards the top of the square. Mulligan Hugh coming in. Hudson's there. Ball at the bottom of the deck. Ball goes out. Pryor happy to see it over. A couple more scores.
In Div 4, Ball in Templestowe 4-6-30 to Kilsyth 4-1-25, and Warrandyte 7-8-50 to Forest Hill 2-12.
The ball to be brought back into play deep inside. Heathmont's attacking half the ground. They've been the dominant side in this second term for most of it. They're looking to add one more to the tally. Tackle applied from Clark will result in another ball up. Croydon not wanting to concede another late one and make it a little bit difficult for them to come back in this one. The handball from Mulligan is trying to find Colombo. Couldn't quite control it as it goes towards the boundary side, and we've got Scott Hardy on the boundary line as well.
Yeah, just that movement with Mulligan McHugh. He was sort of waiting to get on, got on, and sort of didn't go straight to the ruck, waited for that free kick and then pushed forward. He was very unfortunate not to get the mark there.
And there he is, got the handball off to Colombo, who loves a tricky goal like that, but that is out of bounds on the full. And there is your half-time siren, so it will be the Jets who enter the half-time break in front, 5-5-35 to Croydon, 3-6-24. 11-point lead to the Jets at the main break. Chris Cordes with the goal kickers for both sides.
Yes, for Heathmont, a double to Blair Hudson, singles to Braden Bird, Ayan Bajramov and Jack Davidson. On the other side of things for Croydon, it is singles to Jason Pryor, Josh Pettinella and Blake Podesta.
Fantastic. We're going to take a quick break here and then jump in for the half-time out of the H.E Parker Reserve. Heathmont 5-5-35, Croydon 3-6-24.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. Heathmont and Croydon half-time. The Jets leading 5-5-35 to Croydon 3-6-24. And they kicked the last 3 goals of that second term to take an 11-point lead into the main break. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Scott Hardy at the halftime show, who has been down on the boundary line, of course, in this first half. And it really was probably an even first term, and even in that second quarter, it started off in favour of Croydon. And then I thought the Jets, probably in the last 10 to 15 minutes, probably had a bit more control, a lot more inside 50s, and have converted with a few extra goals.
Just seemed to find those forward sort of targets a little bit easier in that sort of like 10-minute patch, and obviously had those sort of back-to-back goals. And probably that's the difference as well, just that back-to-back, because it's gone from goal for goal for most of the game. So to actually have that little bit of buffer for them, it gives them a nice little conversation point at half-time, but obviously nowhere near over for any side. No. Obviously they're going to need to stay on their A game. Like I said, just sort of felt like that tackling pressure had dropped off. Rhett had mentioned that in that first quarter he'd put numbers up. I didn't write down the numbers of the tackles, but they were definitely up in that, and then I felt it sort of just transitioned across a little bit from boundary side.
Yeah, certainly, and I thought just particularly in that second turn, some of these forward options for Heathmont started to look a little more dangerous. We saw Hudson get on the end of a couple. Bajramov is threatened. they've had some other players. Obviously, Mullen-Jimmy-Hugh, if he pushes forward and is that massive target, he's going to take a key defender down there as well. So they look like the side who could potentially break it open on the scoreboard. I think Croydon is still in this game, and defensively they've held up okay. But for me, it looks like those threatening options up forward are just starting to make their way into the game and are really going to be important in the second half.
I think Croydon will always hold up well defensively, and we've obviously spoken, in point about that. I think for Croydon, I guess like Podesta sort of having those, I think it was 3 or 4 behinds before he scored the goal. Like Ray said, it was just unfortunate. I get what he was doing in this pocket. He was waiting for that running forward, and he probably just needed to go and just get him on the angle, but he wanted to sort of get it in front of goals, and I can sort of see why he waited to get it in front in case it got spoiled, but it just didn't work out, and that's just sort of learning, and obviously, like Rhett said, it's just more about sort of introducing him to how they want him to play his footy and everything like that. They were very boisterous about him sort of down there, and a few other boys were giving sort of points in quarter time as well. So he's one for watch, and he's a great mark. But
100%.
Like I said, I really liked Mullen-McHugh. Just in that second, just sort of felt like he came into the game a bit more. He's a great presence. He's very quick. He's sort of got that Sam Darcy sort of vibe about him. Just his movement. It was just so clever what he had done in that pocket. He sort of Lockie Svens was in the ruck. He sort of he could have gone into the ruck. McHugh, he could have gone in, but he waited, and then it got a free kick, and then he just belted across, and he had the better option and mismanned his opponent, but they just couldn't get it to him. So
absolutely. In any ruck battle, he's obviously he's a tall guy, so he's going to have control in that area of the ground as well, and he's just one to keep an eye on in his second half to see if he does look like another player could rip open the game. We will go through some scores around the ground. I was just going to say beforehand,
we've got the juniors down here. I don't know if Ray would be happy with the age of the little fellas down there. Is that,
too young. Way too young.
Is that ground approved?
The young takers out there. I know. They're obviously the Oz kickers out there at the moment. Even behind us here, it's almost like the super box. You go to the MCG and you've got all the boxes behind glass. It's a separate part of the inside rooms up here in the top level at H.E Parker. Very unique. It's like they paid for this.
I was going to say, is it an elite tier once you sort of get into
Superbox?
Yes, good. Yes.
I've been banging on the glass a couple of times. I'm not sure what related to, but
I know they were when when as soon as Heathmont get a goal, they're smashing it. And then when that call for the Croydon goal earlier was, they were banging, obviously not liking it, and then it was repealed, and then silence. And they've gone, okay.
Hopefully the glass stays intact and it's a well-built establishment.
The problem is every so often they knock as though they're knocking to
talk to you,
to me or Megan. You turn around and it's like, no, I'm not. I'm ignoring
your mic's down. Your mic's down.
That's right.
The feed's gone off.
Just some scores around the grounds for you to go to an ad break. East Ringwood leading South Croydon 53-13. Vermont back in front of Mitcham 52-35. Noble Park leading Roval leading Noble Park 27-19. Doncaster East 27, Berwick 16. Blackburn leading Bourne by 4 points, 31-27. In Division 1, it is Boronia leading the Basin. Boronia leading Bayswater 58-20. Park Orchards leading Montrose 41-26. North Ringwood in front by 26 points over Millbuck 46-20. South Belgrave 70 to Norwood 14 in Division 2. As
give us the result we want.
Yeah,
the score. Sylvan.
We'll get to that in just a moment. We've got one more division, Scotty. Lilydale, Mulgrave leading 47-35. Surrey Park 58 to Ringwood 26. Templestowe 52, Waverley Blues 31. East Burwood leading Wanturna South 30-11.
30-11?
Yes. East Burwood leading. So not many sides have kept Wanturna South to a goal and a half.
No.
So that's a big result building. Oh, you want to hear the Cats?
Of course.
Oh, they're roaring 9-7-61, leading the Basin 4-3-27.
Love home ground advantage. Love that home ground.
Yeah, the Cats are in control there. Upper Fenchurch Gully over Fair Park 66-19. Donvale only 11 points up against Coulter in 51-40, keeping that very competitive. Knox 48, Fenchurch Gully 8. Scoresby 65 to Oakley District 28 down at Scoresby Recreation Reserve. And of course...
Any scores, how many goals men's kicks?
Haven't got the update yet, so we'll keep an eye.
Okay.
I might get in touch with Fott since he's best mates with
Perfect.
Adam Ramin down there. Bull End Templestowe 4-7-31 to Kilsyth 4-2-26, and Warrandyte leading Forest Hill 50-12. No update from. Actually, we do have an update at Springfield Park. It's just come through. Churnside Park, big second term. The 7 goals in that second quarter sees them 11-10-76 to Whitehorse 4-10-34.
That's what we like to see. Go.
Yes,
Churnside,
another one of your
100%.
sides. You've
Well done.
got a few of them that you're riding home this year. We're going to take a quick break. Before we do, your tip, you was Heathmont at the start of the day.
Yeah.
You're sticking with the Jets.
Yeah, you're staying with them at the moment.
Absolutely, they lead 5-5-35 the Croydon 3-6-24. We're going to take a break and then jump into the second half action now to here at H.E Parker.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve. Eastland match of the round between Heathmont and Croydon.
Sugar-free.
Mike, you're
there's an open mic for you.
Yes, we're back here. The Jets leading 5-5-35 to 3-6-24. Croydon as Lee gets into his sugar-free lollies.
Sorry, Megan was trying to pinch one. I said, look, they're sugar-free. I'm a recent diabetic.
Oh.
Yeah, found out recently. So,
that's one way to put it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking care of myself.
Yeah.
Righto. I didn't know sugar-free lollies were a thing.
They're actually not too bad. Out here, it is the Jets by 11 points in that second term. Ryan Long, Chris Cordis, Paul Uconi. Brad Baird has a chat with the locals down here, as he always does.
Down to the people.
He loves getting around the EFNL grounds, and he knows people at every ground just about.
He does.
It's very. He's been around the league for a long time.
You'd think he'd played at every club.
I don't know who he played for. It's not quite relevant. We'll ask him when he comes back.
I don't know, but it would have been an old team.
We'll ask. He's just about to jump back on the mic and find out a bit about Ray Baird's playing career. He's getting his mic on now. He doesn't. We'll give him a second to get ready. They're about to get started in the third term here, and more importantly, it's a top 5 spot on the line. But H.E Parker tapped down from Lovell for the Blues. Ball going nowhere, and we'll get a ball up in the middle of the ground again. Same spot. So up again. No one really wins that tap out. We're going to do it for a third consecutive time. Sorry, Ray, we were just asking, what club did you play for any of the EFNL clubs?
No, not EFNL. I played in the Federal Football League with Clayton.
Okay,
The
Clayton.
Federal Football League.
That would have taken us a few goes to get as Mackenzie goes. Then Mackenzie goes towards the half-forward line. Ficcarelli over the top. Opportunity for the Blues through Sparks, who was missed to the left. So an early opportunity gone, begging they'll move to 3-7-25. Croydon, Heathmont 5-5-35, 45 seconds into this third term. Betty Go Bank scoreboard.
Ray, you had a scoop about Chris Anarkis you told us about off air.
Is he on the field?
That's what we're trying to see.
Doesn't look like. I haven't seen him.
He was the only player out there with long sleeves, and I did. He went to chase the ball, and he did stop, and I thought, and he got one of his calves already taped up, and I thought he's done himself.
I'll have a look for you.
And then we can't see the bench properly, but I could only count 3 on the bench anyway.
Keep an eye on that. Thank you, Ray, for that inside scoop there. Is now a chance for a shot on goal for Josh Pettinella. He's kicked one already in the opening term. It's been one of Croydon's better plays so far today. So he'll line up. His kick will have to come from about 45, 50 metres out on a 40. Bit less than a 45-degree angle as he comes in, kicks on its way. It's going to drop at the line and it's going to be rushed over. So Croydon start the second half the way they started the first half. Couple behinds on the board. They do need to start hitting the scoreboard in a major way because this game, especially with Heathmont taking their chances, is at risk of getting away from them as the Jets will bring the ball back into play. Kick to a 3v1. That one was Mullinger McHugh, but he couldn't affect the contest at all. Aaron Nicholas is around the footy, gets a handball out, gets it to Pettinella, handball inboard to Ficcarelli. Kick started on the right line, but just swerved so far right for another behind. So Croydon start the second half the way they started the first half. 3 behinds on the board now.
Yeah, it's been a carbon copy of the first 2 quarters where they've come out of the blocks, missed a few opportunities early, but they have, they've certainly got the right attitude coming out of the half-time break. There's the ball out of, big fly, couldn't quite take the mark there. Good felt handball, hit the deck. Columbo got the handball away. There's Lake Tink towards the boundary line. Dylan Feltham goes backwards to a teammate, uses Lake Tink again to Isaacs. Isaacs now looking to go down the line through the corridor. Ball hits the deck. Here's Hudson. At ground level, got the handball off to Urquhart. He goes back to Mullinger McHugh. Goes back to Urquhart by hand. Under a bit of pressure. Got the handball away in time to Bassetto. Wrapped up by Mackenzie in the middle of the ground. We'll get a ball up.
Lucky to get out of that, Heathcote. When you've had 6, 7, 8, 9 hand passes, you usually stuff it up.
Yeah, they just had nothing ahead, I don't think, Ray. So they were hesitant to go forward, which is okay. And back in the middle of the ground once more. Coming out through was Lake Tink, got the handball away to Bassetto. He got it stolen from him, pickpocket. Here's Mackenzie. Didn't dispose of it, and that's holding the ball. So Ryan Young will take possession in the middle of the ground.
Incorrect disposal, Ryan, is the correct answer.
What did I say?
You said
We'll talk about that later as Young goes inside 50. Trying to claim the mark there, Bajramov. Not quite. So we'll get a ball up inside Heathmont's attacking half, leading this game. 5-5-35 to 3-9-27. Mullinger here, the ruck's been good. Out of defence there was Mortimer towards the far side. Bouncing towards the boundary line. Picked up cleanly by Milner to Ficcarelli. Ficcarelli back to Chappell, who works this down to Pettinella. Been good for the Blues. Been lively. And he finds a target and they move this down. Over kicked it. Couldn't quite hit Matt Mackenzie. The ball falls into the hands of Billy Box.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary, Scott Hardy.
You've done well, Ray. Yeah, Chris Anarkis done the hamstring, so he'll be playing no further part.
Not good news to hear, but Ray, on the money. On the money. Saw it when no one else would. That's why he's in the chair next to us. As we have another ball up on the far side, true centre wing. Still the Jets by 8 as we cross over just about to 5 minutes played in this third term. As finally the rucks go out. Manager McHugh got 2 hands to it, looked to bring it down but lost his footing. The Jets win the clearance nevertheless. Then on the footy, James Feltham will go past him. It's Smith looking to take an intercept. Mark couldn't quite get it. Feltham around the footy again. Croydon managing to just get a juggling kick out, and it's Mark taken well by Cameron Atkinson, who will go quick, look to use the far side of the ground. Petanella's around and almost left without the footy, but then gets it, got hit just after kicking it. And Ficker really comes across the line of the footy and takes the mark well. A couple steps back, wheels onto the right and finds a wide open Trent Dodd, who takes the mark without a player within 20 metres of him either side. And will now have a shot on goal. So it was good from the Blues there. They went quickly through the middle of the ground. And Dodd will be kicking this from about 40 metres out on a slight angle, maybe 30 degrees from the centre line. As he walks in to cut this lead to 2 points. The Blues need a goal for all of this early effort. Dodd's kick is on its way, and that's about as good as you can ask for. There it is. Finally, after the 4th attempt, they get their first major of the third term. The scoreboard reads 5-5-35 Heathmont to Croydon 4-9-33. Lead cut down to 2 here in the third term.
Yeah, well, they deserved a goal, didn't they? Because they've dominated this first 5 to 6 minutes, so they had to get some reward for that effort.
And it was a controlled entry here from the half-back line rather than just kicking it forward in hope.
Yeah, absolutely. So, important one for the Blues. They've moved to 4-9-33. Heathmont 5-5-35. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. The balcony is alive up here at H.E Parker. It's President's Day, or President's Lunch for the Jets. As tap down in the middle from Lovell. We'll do it all again once more. So this quarter started the same way the first 2 have, with Croydon quick out the blocks. We'll see if the Jets can have that response as they have all afternoon so far. So up again is Lovell. Tap straight down. Ryan Young. Petinella with the tackle. Ball going nowhere. So we'll do it once more.
Just got a score update in Premier. Roeville leads 6-3-39 to Noble Park 2-8-20.
And out of the middle, straight away from Feltham, hits up Blair Hudson on the chest. He'll be looking for goal number 3, kick 2 in that second term. So Hudson will be kicking this from about 35 metres out. Very slight angle. It's a great kick of the football. It's Blair Hudson. So for goal number 3, to put the margin back out to 8 points, Hudson puts it through. Heathmont 6-5-41, Croydon 4-9-33. That margin 8 points, 8.5 minutes gone third term.
A great effort by Blair Hudson. You know, he kicked three good, very good goals. He's been up there in their best, and that's all you can ask out of your small forward.
Once again, it takes Croydon 4 scoring shots to get their first major on the board. It takes Heathmont 1, and that's really been the story of today so far.
But Chris, the good thing what they've done, every time that Croydon's got a goal of late, Heathmont have answered straight away.
That's exactly right. So we're ready to go again in the middle as the rucks go at it. Ferns against Lovell this time as neither really win. And we'll have another ball up in the centre. So back where we started, 2 rucks will go at it once more. Lovell wins this one, taps it down, he hits the deck. Petinelli's around the foot, he couldn't quite take it cleanly, so too was Jobling. It's a handball out, but wrapped up in the tackle straight away with Sam Milner. So another ball up.
Got some more Premier scores. East Ringwood 8-5-53 to South Croydon 2-1-13. Vermont 8-5-53 to Mitcham 6-5-41. Donny East 5-3-33 to Berwick 2-5-17, and Blackburn 3-14-32 to Bowen 3-9-27.
Dodd looks at the top of the square. It was off hands. No one could quite take it cleanly. There's a player down behind play. We'll keep an eye on that. But the Jets looking to repel and clear their lines. It's in the hands of Davidson. They get it forward now off the feet of Dodd, who couldn't quite take it cleanly. Swarmed upon was James Feltham. Now the foot is still in contention, and finally the umpire will ask for the ball up.
Got some Div 1 scores. Baronia 9-5-59 to Bayswater 3-3-21. Park Orchard 6-5-41 to Montrose 4-2-26. North Ringwood 7-4-46 to Moolbach 2-8-20, and South Belgrade 11-16-82 to Norwood 2-2-14.
Gold Coast is also up by 26 on the Ds, but more interestingly, Jake Melksham has kicked 4 goals, 5.
Boundary.
I can't remember the last time I saw that. As we go boundary side to Scott Hardy.
Yeah, that play down was Ficcarelli, but trainer's trying to get to him, but he's up and about on his feet, so he should be fine.
Thank you for that, Scott. Great job on the boundary as always. As Jobling's around the footy now, and can he pick it up? Yes, he can. Couldn't quite get a disposal out though. So footy still in contention. Is now wrapped up in the tackle is Chris Colombo, and the umpire will call for a ball on that far side centre wing. Still 8 points the margin. As the Rucks will go up once more as the ball is up. Ferns wins the hit out. Gee, a big hit in there. Hibben shoulder. Almost felt it from here on the balcony as the kick now goes into the middle. Standing under was Aaron Nicholas. Couldn't quite take it cleanly. It was well taken by Josh Bassetto. And now Heathmont wanted to play on but weren't given advantage. As Nicholas is I should say down after that. Maybe a bit of cramp. Hopefully cramp is all it is because he's had a stellar game so far. But they must continue, and it does as Heathmont have the ball out wide. And they just chip it back into Billy Box in the middle. And
surely they'd stop the game here because he's been on the ground
they
for
should.
a while.
As the Jets are going to look to switch play. They do so. It's in the hands of Thomas Hancock, who looks to switch one more, but slightly undercooked the kick. It will hit the turf. And
they have to stop the game.
For our ball in.
No, it was just cramp.
So Aaron Nicholas is okay, which is good to see.
Could have been a lot worse though.
Could have been too.
He's running off, which is on his own accord, which is a good sign. So another boundary throw-in. Full centre wing here on this pavilion side. As the Rucks will go out, it's Ferns tapped it to the ground. Jovin's got the footy, gets it to a teammate in Clark. He just hoofs it forward, standing under with Feltham. The ball bounced at right angle, straight away from him. Now is the other Feltham with the footy for the Jets. Dropped it, nothing doing. Play on's a call. Squib kick forward across the ground. Matt McKenzie's around it, gets hands to it. Gets it to Jobling, steps inside one. Handball to a teammate. Gets it forward now, does Luke Sparks. He's got a target inside forward 50. It's a well-taken intercept mark there from Harry Isaacs, who stood up strong and can now get a long switch kick. And Heathmont can be out here if they can connect. 2 bounces, has time for a third, chooses not to, goes over the top. Looks for Mullinger McEwen. It's a poor kick. Just goes out for a boundary throw, and it's a chance gone begging as we go to Paulie Coney in the Stat Centre.
Just some scores in Div 2. Mulgrave 8-5-53 to Lilydale 5-5-35. Surrey Park 9-5-59 to Ringwood 4-2-26. Tempe 9-6-60 to Waverley Blues 4-7-31, and Eastfield 4-8-32 to Wani South 3-6-24.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary.
Yeah, just for Aaron Nichols, I think he's just had the pickle juice, so he's got just tightness in the right leg, but he'll be right to get back on.
Scotty, as Riley Britton keeps the ball alive on the boundary. Tight was looking for Podesta.
Free kick.
A free kick, so it is coming back, and the Blues will get a set shot on goal. Will be a fair way out from here, but as we've seen, Blake Podesta probably have a similar shot from this angle. He's a bit more. He's inbound this time. He was out of bounds.
How do we rate his game so far? Because he's been their sole lead-up option in this game, but he's only kicked the one from
he's
5 shots.
Well, can he make it 2? It is a tough angle from here. But this to bring the margin back to 2 points. Podesta has kicked it. I'd say I'd rate a pretty good game, Chris.
Like
he's got 2, and you're right, because he's been their focal point up forward. He's been a great leader of the footy, and that was the only issue early, wasn't converting them. That's his second. That moves the score to 5-9-39 Croydon, 6-5-41 Heathmont, 14.5 minutes gone third term. Paul's got some more scores.
In Division 3, Sylvan 11-10-76 to the Basin 4-3-27. Upper Gully 11-11-77 to Fair Park 4-1-25. Donvale 9:11.65 to Coldstream, 7:4.46. Knox 7:6.48 to Ferntree Gully, 2:2.14, and Scoresby 12:5.77 to Oakley District 4:6.30.
So just about played 15 here. It's a 2-point game. Margin back to under a kick as players rubbed up in the centre. We'll have another ball up. Pettinella in there has been very good so far, the youngster for Croydon in this match-up so far, as the Blues will win the stoppage through Mitch Chappell, who gets it forward. Kick will hit the deck. In pursuit is Jobling, looking to fend him off is Pat O'Connor. O'Connor held, gets a handball out. He did well. They're still looking to bring it out. The Jets get it to Isaac, throws it on the right boot around the corner, and it drops to a teammate. They've got numbers now, the Jets, if they can go, and go they do, into the hands of number 33, Harry Eckert, who looks forward. It was over the top. Pryor couldn't initiate any contact on the ball. Chip kick in the middle, and Fraser Smith stands there as the spare and takes the innocent mark. How many times do we say that this season? As Smith just looks to go high and wide and does so, and finds a teammate in Riley Britton. Britton goes back, assesses his options, finds Pettinella. Pettinella can turn and go. Decides to play it a bit slow, but now we'll play on. He's got a lead up in front of him. Footy would just sit up. He did well to stand under the footy and take the mark, did Riley Constantino. And a bit of confusion there on the mark. Maybe a bit generous not to be given 25 metres for that.
Well, I thought almost the other way, that he almost played on.
Is Constantino. Looks at chipping inside, forward 50. Under it was Podest. The other ball would just get out the back of the pack, and yeah, it will be Heathmont to bring it back in. So Blues went quickly, but couldn't quite get it to where they wanted so that they could get a set shot. So it will be Billy Box to bring this footy back in. There's Jay, bit of a mongrel kick there, came off the instep. Constantino's around the footy, and the Blues will get given a free kick.
Croydon's way.
Yep, so it's Matt McKenzie with the footy now. He's got an option to his right, short, which he elects not to use. Instead looks for the lead up of a teammate, couldn't quite get it to him. Ficcarilli's around it, Jay grabbed his man high, and the umpire agrees. So but the Jets to bring it out of their defensive 50.
It'll be through the hands of Lake Tink. Intensity has gone up again in this game. Just 2 points in it between these two sides. Out of defence, the Jets go over the top. There's McKenzie, and the handball forward, slapped out of bounds. And we'll get a boundary throw in. 17.5 minutes gone, third term. 6-5-41 Heathmont, 5-9-39 Croydon. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM for our Facebook and YouTube streams. Let us know where you're tuning in from this afternoon. It's around 11 of the Division 2 season. Pettinella chasing this one towards the boundary line. And we'll get another ball up. Another stoppage here. Close towards the boundary line. Just some stats on these two sides. In the last 13 meetings, Croydon have won 11. But this goes back to the 70s and late 60s. They've only played 3 games in the current era. As the ball goes down,
What's
the
a
line,
head-to-head
a free
in
kick here to Mullen-Jimmy-Hugh.
What's a head-to-head in the current era, Ryan?
I'll get back to that one as Mullen-Jimmy-Hugh goes inside 50. Ball bounces up for Hudson. Goes a handball towards the boundary side in an impossible angle. Don't tell me that it's not going to get through that defence. But it was a nice attempt there from Bajramov. The score now moves to 6-6-42 Heathmont to Croydon 5-9-39. And the current era in the last 3 games, it has been Croydon who have won just the one of the 3, if that's correct. Croydon, yes, Heathmont have won. Heathmont have won one of the last 3.
Stand-in historian and Ryan Long there. Isaacs brings the footy out, gets a handball. They force it. Dylan Feltham. He gets a kick. High kick. Marjorie McHugh standing under it. Got the left mitt to it. Couldn't quite bring it down cleanly. Wraps up Matt McKenzie now, and it's a great tackle.
It's a great tackle.
It's a very good tackle at that. So we'll have a ball up just outside the forward 50 of the Jets. As the umpire gets the ball up and play continues, Marjorie McHugh wins a tape. We look to go over his head. Pennella's got hands to the footy, wrapped up straight away by Feltham. And we'll do it all again in the same spot. As Dodd in the ruck this time. He's been decent in the relief ruck despite giving up quite a bit of height to his opponent in Mulligan McEwen. Now the Jets look to bring it out through Tink. Kick enters forward 50. It's a 2v1 against Hudson, flying over the top, and they both took the mark. Oh. And the umpire's called a ball up, I believe, which is probably a fair shout.
That's a fair decision.
That's a fair shout.
Yeah, I think that's
They both took a great mark, so the umpire says, I'll have it instead. As Mullinger McHugh wins it out the ruck, couldn't quite take it clean, looking to bring it out with Smith, does so, gets it to Ficcarelli. Ficcarelli clears his lines out of defensive 50, finds a teammate as well on the far side. The Blues could go quick now if they want to. It's in the hands of Riley Constantino, who looks inboard, gets it to Pettinella. Pettinella continues inside. It's a great kick, well weighted, just spoiled before he could get to Sam Milner. Now the Jets repel. Eckert, his kick goes forward, bounces just in front of Smith, made it tough to read. Smith crunched it and tackle. Now it's with James Feltham, 1v1 to Hudson, but couldn't get it there, and it's out of bounds. So another big chance for Heathmont. So the call must have been out on the full, because I don't think that would have been deemed deliberate, as Croydon looked to switch play. They bring it out through Hoostra. And now they're on this near side, look down to Dodd, who takes a good mark over Isaacs. Dodd has an option in the middle and uses him. It was Avery, gets it to Ficcarelli, who's had an awful lot of the footy today. He's got plenty of voices yelling at him, calling for the ball, but the man he picks out is an opponent. And the intercept mark is taken. Now the Jets look to use the middle of the field, and there's an awful lot of space there as they go forward. Eckert finds Hudson. Just inside the arc, he's got a spare man out the back. Does he use him? No. Doesn't give a handball receive either.
Go back and kick it.
Now he chips one in. It's a lead up. Just overcooked the kick. He looked nervous, Blake Hudson. Didn't want to take it himself. Maybe the wrong decision, but now it's in the hands of James Feltham. He kicks the banana and just got it too skinny. So some missed chances, some missed opportunities here for both sides. Not only for shots on goal, but also to set up shots on goal. But the scoreboard reads Heathmont 6-7-43, Croydon 5-9-39. Just 4 points in it as we're into time on.
If I'm Blair Hudson, that's maybe just on his limit, but I like the option, but I'll just back him to take that set shot. He's a great kick of the footy. He already has 3. Ball out of defence there for Croydon. Falls into the lap of Isaacs.
Right as well. If you kick 3 goals, you have the right to kick that.
Yeah.
Have a shot.
He did the team thing though. That's okay. As Isaac's inside 50. Ball hits a deck. Colombo slipped through his hands. Here's Ficcarelli. Handball's back to Fraser Smith, who sends a long kick out of defence. There's a big pack who'll fly for this one. Jordan Haynes grabbed it and was hit as he did, so he'll take possession of the footy.
How far do you reckon that kick went?
A fair
70 metres maybe?
Yeah, maybe 60 is Geordie Haynes. Send Heathmont towards the half-forward line. Free kick here, not paid as Mackenzie goes to Dodd. Dodd will switch it towards the far side. Able to maintain possession of the footy here through Mitch Chappell. Mitch Chappell finds Costantino.
Boundary.
Right in front of the scoreboard as we go down to Scott Hardy on the boundary.
Just with that measurement one. We haven't seen the barrel from Fraser Smith. He loves the barrel usually, so I'd like to see it.
Here's Pettinella. Gets through traffic, delivers it forward. Sport from behind, and it works out for the Jets here. The ball in the hands of Lake Tinker goes down the line. Was looking to get that to Coleman, slipped through his hands. Ball ends up in his hands, though, as he goes inside, looking for Mullinger McHugh standing underneath this Fraser Smith. And he was paid the mark. And the skipper of the Croydon side uses the corridor. Finds Dodd, got the handball off to Ficcarelli. Ficcarelli forward. Marks is taken by Sparks. Sparks to send them inside 50. We've heard a whistle. And Podesta marked it on the chest, but looks like we've seen something. I don't know if that's a blood rule, potentially, for Adrian Ficcarelli. Just waiting to see if that is correct or...
So does the mark still stand?
I don't think it was blood rule.
I don't think it would have stopped play.
It was more of a free kick. I think the centre umpires called something and they're just trying to work out what he was trying to say.
Okay, so we're just waiting for this one as Blake Podesta waiting to take his set shot. He's been very solid, as we said. He's been the talking point in this game.
I still can't tell you.
I think you'll find it's a total confusion, so they ball it up.
I think so.
Not sure what happened, so we'll obviously keep going here because it is inside Croydon's forward half at the moment. Podesta off the right boot. It's actually not a bad attempt, but standing in defence there, Heathmont are able to take the mark, and looked to get out. It was just didn't quite bounce up well for O'Connor, but did enough to get the kick away to Davidson, and there is your three-quarter time siren. And it is still very tight out here at H.E Parker Reserve, so don't go anywhere at three-quarter time. Heathmont 6-7-43, leading Croydon 5-9-39, a 4-point lead for the Jets. The goal kickers across the afternoon with Chris Cordes.
We have 3-4 Blair Hudson, and then singles for the rest of the Heathmont boys in Braden Bird, Aryan Bajramov, Jack Davidson. And then on the other side of things for Croydon, it is the double to Blake Podesta, singles to Trent Dodd, Josh Pettinella and Jason Pryor.
And a three-quarter time out here at H.E Parker Reserve. It's Heathmont 6-7-43, Croydon 5-9-39. Don't go anywhere. Final quarter action on the after the ad break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve, Eastland match of the round between Heathmont and Croydon, and we're set for a grandstand finish out here at H.E Parker. It is Heathmont 6-7-43, leading Croydon 5-9-39. Looked like the Blues actually probably got it in, probably had more of the possession of the football in that third term, Chris, after a really strong second quarter from the Jets, and have now put themselves in a winnable position in this game.
That's exactly right. They're within reach, but still, even with all the ball they've had and all the territory they've had, they need to make these chances count. It's what's given Heathmont the ability that, although they've had a much slower quarter, it's given them that buffer so that they could afford to have that and still be in front. So Heathmont have been taking their chances. Croydon, again, they started off that quarter 0-3 for the second time this game when kicking at goal. And although some of them aren't easy shots by any means, still, you need to be hitting the target. You need to be making your chances count. And if they can do that, they'll be in much better step because they've looked the better side. But we have to go off what's been happening in front of us. And at the moment, they're not taking their chances. And Heathmont have. So Heathmont are in a good position for this, as I can see down on the boundary we're going to have Scott Hardy soon. Yeah, go for it, Scott.
Thanks, boys. Scott Hamill. Scott, it was an interesting third quarter. Didn't find that back-to-back goals that you were probably seeking in coming out of half-time.
Yeah, look, we were just way too loose then. We just allowed too much leg rope and allowed them fall to the footy. We probably went away from what we had done in the first half, and just our ball security was terrible, and our effort and disposable was really lacking in that quarter then.
And what was the message at three-quarter break there? What do you want to see from the boys going ahead to get the 4 points?
Look, I actually think we're really flat. We've yet to fire a shot. We go forward looking for that dump kick instead of lowering our eyes and being composed. But, we're not going to win this game now by defending it, so we're still going to continue to attack and generate a run from our back half.
And do you feel with that, having that, I guess, that room to improve gives you the upper hand because you still feel there's a little bit left in the tank?
We've got a lot left in our tank. As I said, we haven't fired a shot yet, so hopefully the boys can get it done here. And a goal nice and early would be nice here.
We'll see how we go. Thanks, Scott. Thanks for your time.
Thanks there, Scott Hamill with Scott Hardy. And he was right because that second quarter, I thought the intensity was up and they looked quite quick with the footy.
And quickly, Ryan, just in regards, I spoke to the umpires as well. Yeah, that free kick was for a blood rule back on Fraser Smith. Umpire called it. The other umpire didn't hear it. They didn't know which way it was going to go, so they had to do the ball up.
I thought I saw the blood rule signal, but then I just had the wrong player. But
that's all right. You've done well.
Thanks, Scotty. Good work down there at the boundary line.
Exceptional work.
Yeah, it's exceptional. We're ready to go. Rocky in game number 300 will ball this one up. Out here at H.E Parker Reserve. 4-point lead to the Jets. Young ends up with the footy with no one getting a clear tap down, and we'll get a secondary ball up, and Chris Cordes will take us underway.
Well, back where we started. Lovell and Spoons in the ruck. They cancel each other out. No real winner of the footy. Was in a tackle. The ball dropped loose. Heathmont not able to get hands free.
Boundary.
Ryan Young was wrapped. That was you go boundary side, Scott Hardy.
Sorry, boys. We're obviously only one man down here, so I'm trying to do it all. But just further from that, from Heathmont's sort of huddle, he was just saying don't rush. He obviously was mindful of Fraser Smith down back. He felt he was still having a decent impact. Wanted to lower the eyes in their forward entries.
Thank you for that, Scott, as we go into the score centre with Paul Yaconi.
In Premier Division, Vermont 9-7-61 to Mitcham 8-7-55. Rowville 7-6-48 to Noble Park 4-9-33. Donier 6-4-40 to Berwick 3-7-25. And Blackburn 5-18-48 to Bowen 5-11-41.
Isaacs with a dumping kick that reaches at 50-50 as Nicholas got it to McKenzie. Now with Pryor, he gets it back to Nicholas. Nicholas couldn't quite take it. The footy didn't bounce up for him at all, and overcooked handball there from the Jets as it goes out of bounds.
So just a quick update from Premier. Rowville just kicked a goal to make it 21 points. So Rowville at 6-54 to Noble Park 4-9-33.
Thanks for that, Paul, in the score centre as boundary throwing comes. Well done in the ruck by Mollinger McHugh, but couldn't quite get clean hands off. And now it's sent inside forward 50 by Besetto. The lead up 2 hands, so we couldn't quite take it cleanly. The check side looks good, but is pulled wide by Chris Colombo. So a minor score to start us off here in the final term of the Eastland match of the rounders. Off the play, Ryan Young just discards his man on the ground, but we'll bring it back into Pryor on the far side on the wing. He takes a mark, goes quickly, finds Sam Milner, who takes a mark as well. Milner with options now. He's got Jared Clark coming across wide if he sees him, and he does, and hits him up. So here's Clark with the footy. True centre wing on that far side. Plenty of leading options. Just slightly undercooked it to Dodd. Couldn't quite take it. Ball bounced out of the reach of Tink. Footy's found its way forward now. Heathmont in pursuit. And we'll have a boundary throw in. Go back around the grounds of Paul Yaconi.
In Division 1, Baronia 13-6-84 to Bayswater 4-4-28. Park Orchards 9-8-62 to Montrose 5-5-35. North Ringwood 9-9-63 to Murrelbach 5-9-39. And South Belgrave 16-18, 114 to Norwood 4-3-27.
As play continues, Heathmont looking to clear their lines. Didn't quite do so well enough. Playing a tackle was Tink. We'll have yet another ball up on that far side. It's the Jets by 5 still. Plenty to play for here on the line. As the boundary throwing comes in, Lovell stands under it, rucks cancel each other out. McKenzie got boot to ball. The footy will hit the deck, O'Connor's under it, bounced up for him, he took the ball, dropped it. Still play on Around the footy was a Heathmont player in Ryan Young, whose kick just went up. Big fist clears the Jets' lines. And now it's a favourable bounce for Heathmont, bringing it out in the hands of James Feltham. But he's wrapped up in a tackle straight away by Samuel, who did well to get back. So we're back in the centre square where it all began, and we'll go around the grounds with Paul Coney.
Just some Div 2 scores. Mulgrave 12-6-78 to Lilydale 6-8-44. Surrey Park 12-9-81 to Ringwood 6-2-38. Tempe 10-8-68 to Waverley Blues 5-9-39, and East Burwood and Warney South are 5-9-39 apiece.
Back in the middle here at H.E Parker, it's a 5-point lead to the Jets. Ryan Young shrinks off an opponent, throws the ball on the right boot towards centre half forward. One-handed grab by Fraser Smith. Was able to use his body well against Colombo there. And he goes long towards the boundary side, centre wing. It's picked off here by the Jets. Going backwards, the handball from Lake Ting. Under a bit of pressure, here's Geordie Haynes to settle things. He'll look to go back in towards defence. The mark is taken. Now they look to switch it through Young as the super box behind us gets vocal. Banging on the glass, so Isaacs, short chip forward, doesn't even hit its target. Might still play out okay. He's going to receive it again. Now on the right boot, just loads up down the line. Can't quite get it there to Colombo. Picked off here by the Blues. The Blues go down the line themselves and finds Atkinson.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary. Scott Hardy.
Yeah, Badgeramov has come off just with a bit of a limp. So trainers in the hand of the trainers. I'll let you know how we go from here.
Milner inside 50, looking for Britton, standing in front there, doing nicely. It was Lake Tink to take the intercept mark here for the Jets. 6-8-44 Heathmont, 5-9-39 Croydon. 5.5 minutes gone, final term. They keep possession of the footy of the Jets. And the half-back line. Slow plays, they go down in the direction of Mullins-Mihu. Went over the top, Corey McKenzie got boot to ball. Out the back there is Bird for the Jets, wrapped up by McKenzie, and we'll get a ball up. Still in the middle of the ground, 5 points in it.
The Rucks will go at it once more. Mullinger McHugh wins the tap, goes through the legs of Nicholas. Wrapped up in a tackle now by Braden Bird, and we'll have another ball up, so we go around the grounds, Paulie Coney.
In Divvy 3, Sylvan 12-11-83 to the Basin, 5-4-34. Upper Gully 17-11 133 to Fair Park, 5-1-31. Don Vale 13-13-91 to Coldstream, 8-4-52. Knox 12-9-81 to Ferntree Gully, 2-3-15, and Scoresby Knott 14-8-92 to Oakley District, 5-6-36.
Well, the ball up again in the centre. No real ruck could affect the contest at all. The Jets looking to bring it out. Good tackle by Padanella. Got it backwards to Eckert, who goes forward. Now Fraser Smith has a bit of work to do. Gets the footy slipped over. Got a handball off only as far as James Feltham, who's been everywhere in this fourth term. Throwing it on the boot was Chris Colombo. Falls into a Croydon hands. And we'll have another ball up.
Ray, your mic's off.
I think we've got a situation here where both sides are trying to save the game. The side that's going to win this game has got to start taking chances, and in my way, it's to use the corridor more.
So we'll have looking like we're going to be going to another ball up here, just in the forward pocket, and we will.
That does echo what Scott Hamill was saying at three-quarter time, that they can't defend the game from here. They've got to try and win it.
Neither side, they're both defending. They're not. You've got to take your chance.
So the ball's out once again. Mullinger McHugh wins the tap. Aaron Nicholas was around it, socket off the ground, but couldn't find its way in from Chris Colombo. Intercept marks taken by Fraser Smith, and his kick was just missed the target, which is uncharacteristic. And I love a boundary throw-in, so Heathmont keep the footy locked in as we go around the grounds. Paulie Coney.
In Div 4, Bulleen Templestowe 6-10-46 to Kilsyth, 4-8-32, and Warrandyte 10-13-73 to Forest Hill 2-3-15.
The throw-in comes in and will land just on the arc of the 50 off ground. Off the foot of Ficker, really. Around the footy again is Milner for the Blues. Is dropping their hands and knees to get the footy, and now Croydon won't quite sit up for them, so they choose to soccer it off the ground. It's a 1v1 Jewel there. Clark just gets a forward. Milner bumped after he socketed it off the ground. Ficcarelli's around it, taps it to himself. Will it stand up for him? Not quite. Still in pursuit. Ficcarelli did well enough to get it to Dodd. Dodd with a don't argue. Throws on the right boot. Podesta's under the foot. It's a 1v1. Discards of his man. Plays on. Goals. Just a succession of individual duels being won by Croydon. And they hit the front again for what feels like the first time in forever.
Well, that's a fantastic transition play there from the Blues, and
I think it was the first time since early in the second quarter for Croydon.
Great body use from Podesta there. Which, that's exactly what we were sort of talking about in the pre-game. And
Thomas Hancock isn't a small guy either.
Yeah, Hancock did everything he could. He was in front. He had the right position, but it was just the bigger body that really took him out of the contest.
Yeah, that's right. As we said, the Blues now in front, 6-9-45 to Heathmont 6-8-44, and they've had the momentum in this second half. So what can the Jets do at the moment? Lake Tinks in the middle. Jimmy Hugh back in the ruck. See what they can do. They've also got James Feldenham there and Josh Bassetto. Ball's into the hands of Josh Bassetto, and we'll get a ball up. There's 1 point in it. Big game in the context of both sides' seasons. Jimmy Hugh got the tap down. And the Jets get something going forward. McKenzie for the Blues. Tried to break through a tackle, going nowhere. So get another ball up back in the middle of the ground. Yes, some scores from Paul.
In Div 2, a close one between East Burwood and Wanney South. East Burwood 5-12-42 to Wanney South 5-9-39.
Jimmy Hugh taps it over his head. Here's Riley Cosentino, got it off to McKenzie. McKenzie towards goal. The Blues have got 2 in a minute.
That is some kick.
7-9-51 Croydon, 6-8-44 Heathmont, and that is now a 7-point lead. 10.5 minutes gone fourth quarter, and they look hard to beat here at the moment. They are running on top, and McKenzie has been big in this
He
last
has been very good in the
half.
second half, the whole second half. But gee, that's a huge lead in the context of this game.
Boundary.
Let's go down to the boundary, Scott Hardy.
We got Tobin Brothers' goal of the day. That's fair, decent contender, that one.
Yeah,
one step from 50 out.
Circle
Exactly
that one
right.
down as your Tobin Brothers' goal of the day contender.
So ready to go in the middle again, and the Rucks will go at it. Don in there once more, doesn't even challenge Mullinger McHugh this time. Do they bring it out, do the Blues? McKenzie gets it wide, kick fell short of its target. Box applying the tackle on Atkinson, wrapped up, couldn't quite get it out. Well done, Billy Boxer, lock that in, and we'll have a ball up just in front of us here, centre wing on the pavilion side. We've played just over 11 here in the
Just
final
got a player
term.
down behind play, so we might have a stoppage soon.
Yeah, really doesn't look in a good way. I think they've just stopped it now. We can't quite see who it is, but
yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. But important. We'll go to just quickly to the score centre.
In Premier, Mitcham have hit the front over Vermont. They lead 9-8-62 to Vermont 9-7-61.
I think it's Jack Davison, boys. I'll just double check that when he comes off.
Yeah, 23 Davidson.
Yep.
so he's up and walking, which is good news.
And also, Bedramov is coming back on with strapping to that left leg. He's still probably, but yeah, wouldn't say 100%, but he's definitely back on.
And just in the context of this moment, just got to reset here because I think Croydon smell the blood in the water. They look to potentially go for the kill here. They are on top. Jimmy Hugh gets a tap down. Going nowhere there is James Feldham. We're 70 out, or 60 out from the Croydon goals. 12 minutes gone, final quarter. 7-9-51 Croydon, 6-8-44 Heathmont. Jimmy Hugh went up again. Clearance forward, cover from Kenzie. Going in there first was Wine. We'll get another ball up.
And just boundary.
Scott Hardy on the boundary.
Yeah, straightening a hand as a trainer is sort of saying, obviously making gesture towards his face. I'd say Jack's done for the day, considering the time and stuff as well.
Yeah, 12.5 minutes gone last quarter. Jimmy Hugh out of the ruck. Went back to get it to Bird. Bird's kick down the line is cut off, and now taking possession of the footy there is Avery for Croydon. So Avery loads up towards centre half forward. Coming out there from behind was Isaacs. As Heathmont just bomb it along to a contest where standing underneath that is Luke Hoogstra.
He finds a teammate in Matt McKenzie just down the line. He's got Ficcarelli ahead of him, and Ficcarelli's manned up, so he has to find a different option. The lead up by Clark, who'll look over him. Just kick it to the back. Billy Box is under it in case you can't hear. As it's a 2v2 contest inside forward 50. A lot of arm work going on. Constantino couldn't quite get to it. Hancock's around it. Jobling spins off. Left foot around the corner. Joel Jobling kicks true. Well, how's that for a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender there? The youngster in Joel Jobling evading a couple and getting boot to ball around the corner from about 40 out. And that's a brilliant kick to push this lead out to 13 points on the day as we find out who else is leading around the grounds of Poyconi.
Yeah, Berwick have got it back to 3 points against Donny East. Donny East lead 7-4-46 to Berwick 6-7-43.
And out here, it's now a 13-point lead that feels more like a 4-5 goal lead with the way the momentum is in favour of Croydon. We might get that atmosphere. Is that atmosphere, Mike, down a bit? Because the Super Box has evacuated and they've all come down to the balcony.
Oh, thank goodness.
They're right next to us.
They're still banging behind us.
Well, we'll see. They're getting loud and trying to get something going for Billy Box and the Heathmont Jets as the ball goes down to Riley Cosentino. Inside 50 again to Sparks. The mark is taken in front. And they are all over the Jets at the moment. Been a big second half for Croydon. 13-point lead, 8-9-57 to 6-8-44. Sparks just says, I might just
He's happy to
go
play
back
this,
and
the timeout on this.
Yeah, have a set shot from here. He's right in front of the
Full
scoreboard.
30 seconds.
He'll be kicking from just on the arc, so it's a fair distance from here. Tight angle. He puts it up towards the top of the square. Podesta's in the middle of this one. Punch from behind. Ficcarilli's there. Out the back is Isaacs. And it's rushed over for a behind. So 8-10-58 Croydon to Heathmont 6-8-44. 15 minutes gone, fourth term.
In Premier, tight one between Baldwin and Blackburn. Blackburn are hanging on 6-19-55 to Baldwin 6-11-47. And Berwick are in front of Donny East. Berwick 7-7-49 to Donny East 7-4-46.
So Haynes goes wide to Hancock. Gets it inboard to Chris Colombo now. Colombo assesses his options. Mullinger Hughes practically jumping on the spot, trying to find his attention, and now eventually gets the footy. Plays on, ran straight into danger. A very generous play on call there from the umpire. So now they get it to Daniel Young. Gee, that looked like holding the ball to me, but Young goes forward, gets it to Billy Box. He's getting a lot of advice from up here on the boundary line. Handballs it off to the man behind him, Jordan Haynes, but his kick is just cut off straight away from Jai Mortimer.
Boundary.
Your boundary side, Scott Hardy.
You boys are going to have to really speak up. You can hear it in my mic. But I was going to say, it's lifted down here as well. We spoke with Rhett Jordan pre-game, and he was saying he gets right on the edge of that white box. You can tell he wants to get on and give some direction.
All right, so Dodds under the footy, couldn't quite take it cleanly. They bring it out through Bird. Pat O'Connor's around the footy, loses out to Ficcarilli in the contest to get there. Bird's there again. Handball over the top. Padanella's got it, gets it wide. Now Avery's able to clear his lines, and it's a good win from the Heathmont defender around the footy. Pryor, who's quieted down a bit, but the Blues can burst away through Sparks. He has to go wide, stop, assess his options, and now bring it back in board to Pryor. So Jason Pryor with a chance to slow the ball down. It's 14 points to margin to the Blues. And he'll just use Sparks again. True centre wing on the far side.
Just happy to see some time knocked off the clock too.
He almost looked like he was setting up for a set shot. So he looks down the line. Hancock worked under the ball by Podesta. It's roosted forward by Milner. 1v1 contest in there. It's at the back of the pack. Isaacs has a big job to do. Does well. Gets handball off. Bird. Now it's to Trent Wynn. Win out to Tink, who can go forward, look inboard. It wasn't the most well-advised kick as Milner's under it. Couldn't quite take it cleanly. Bursting through is Ryan Young. The vice-captain stood up well recently. Gets it into the hands of Bajramov, who's back on. Maybe a bit worse for wear. Doesn't look like he can get up very quickly. And we heard he was favouring that left leg. He's now got it strapped up before. But he's up now. He can assess his options.
He's got to find something short. He can't just bomb it.
So he looks to centre and into a 1v4 that did not favour his teammate. Ducking the head in there was a Heathmont player. Holding the ball is the right call. He ducked his head.
Wani South are back in front of East Burwood. Wani South 6-11-47 to East Burwood 5-13-43.
There's a bit of hoo-ha going on in the middle of the defensive 50 for Croydon here, but all's good and fun in war. So we go wide. Chance to set up again, and they'll go down the line. Standing all by himself was Mitch Chappell. Chappell goes further down the line. Now in the hands of a Croydon player who looks forward, gets it to Cameron Atkinson. He's got Ficker really going through the middle. Didn't see him, instead works it wide to Sparks. Now the lead up from Clark can take a good mark on the edge of 50. He can take his time, but instead looks like he wants to go quick. Ficker really's in there. He's getting told to slow it down from Riley Bryn, who's made his way to the square. Leading up his pry, but it looks like Jared Clark will just sit with the
happy
footy
just
here
to
and suck up some of the clock. Good game management. It is a 14-point margin, so it's 3 kicks, and with each set shot, there's another half a minute gone here. Won't favour the Jets at all. So Clark, you'd assume this one will probably drop just short as he walks in, kicks from about 55. It will go top of the goal square, pack forming under it. Mullinger McHugh gets a double fist to it. Ficcarelli's in pursuit. So too is a fair few Blues players, and a ball like cause you go around the ground to Paul Yaconi.
Back to Premier. Bowen have kicked the goal and got it back to 2 points. Blackburn 6-19-55 to Bowen 7-11-53, and Vermont are back in front of Mitcham. Vermont 10-8-68 to Mitcham 9-9-63.
I love another ball. We did have a stoppage for an injury, but it just ended up being someone tying their shoelaces. Ficcarelli gets it out, and that's a throw. It's a good call by the umpire. Well spotted as Padanella was about to wheel away. So the free kick is in the hands of Haynes.
There's one way home now for Heathmont. That's straight down the corridor. You can't go wide. They're running out of time.
Got to take risks now.
Bit of helter leather now needed for Heathmont as they headed to Mullinger McHugh. Handball received to Haynes. He was pressured by the side. Got rid of one tackle. Got bumped by Clark with a handball off Pat O'Connor. Gets it wide. It's over the head of Feltham. Or through the hands of Feltham, I should say. And a lot of support in the middle there for Cameron Atkinson, who was able to affect the contest. Grabbing it out of the ruck was Mullinger McHugh, gets it to Jordan Haynes. Sitting under it though and taking the intercept mark was Jason Pryor. As Fraser Smith now looking to play on, just got a fist to the ball. Chappell's got the footy. He was tackled. Footy spilled loose. Fraser Smith picks it up. Oh, and it's a holding free kick going the way of Chappell. Is lucky there. He got bailed out a bit. And he'll look wide. Find a teammate in Sparks, who every time he takes a mark, he's just happy to soak up as much time off the clock as he can. As they're into time on now. 6-8-44 plays 8-10-58. It is the Blues by 14. So he goes up the line. It's off hands. Ficcarelli gets a handball out the back to Chappell. He's got a lot of room to run. Gets it on the left boot. Leading up is Clark. Jared Clark takes it. He's got Milner in the middle, leading to the goal square. The kick will drop short. It will lead into it off the hands. Hancock's around it. Now he'll get the handball received from O'Connor. Hancock clears his lines. It's a long ball. Ficcarelli drags his man to the ground. Umpire says nothing doing. Padanella's there. Ficcarelli couldn't quite get there himself. It's a handball received now. Gets it back. The Jets have to go backwards to go forward and look through the middle. Footy maybe hit the deck, but umpire says nothing doing. It's a mark taken in the middle.
So Vasetto will go forward here for the Jets. Almost last roll of the dice at the moment. Spoiled from behind by Pryor. Still in play. Here's another opportunity for Heathmont to go inside 50. The mark is taken by Ryan Young. He'll be just outside the 50-metre arc. 22 minutes gone final term. They trail by 14 points. Has the short option. And he's got him. It's Lachlan Sperns, who is certainly in range from here. Got to kick this if there's any chance of making a late comeback. This would put it back to an 8-point ball game with maybe 5 minutes left in this last quarter. We would think around that mark. Sperns looking for goal number 1 today. Be kicking from 40 out. Kick on its way, has put it through. Jets are still alive. 7-8-50, trailing Croydon 8-10-58. 8-point lead to the Blues, 22, coming out to 23 minutes gone final term, and they are still alive.
We'll just quickly go back to Premier. Plenty of close games in Premier. Bowen are in front of Blackburn. Bowen 8-11-59 to Blackburn 6-19-55. Berwick are back in front of Donny East. Berwick 9-7-61 to Donny East 9-4-58. And scores are locked up between Vermont and Mitcham 10-8-68 apiece. I hope you could all hear that at home.
Few close ones. Blackburn 6-19, I think you said. That's crazy. Mullinger McHugh up in the ruck, leaps highest, gets the tap down. Ficker really did well. He's been brilliant all around the ground today as Britton looks to bring it out. Got a handball away only as far as Isaacs, who's in pursuit, has Mullinger McHugh to shepherd, and that's a pretty big man to shepherd as well. Now sends it forward. Just a bit of a nothing kick out wide. It's going to run over the boundary line. Love the ball in. So the boundary throwing, true centre wing. Margins are now 8 points. Still 2 kicks for the Jets, and not a lot of time to do it as we're nearly into the 24th minute of this final term. Mullinger McHugh tried to get the tap, fresh aired the ball in the end. Milner was around it. Milner, now I have to say, that's a man that probably won't get votes today, but has been absolutely brilliant for the Blues all day. He's just been doing what he's been needed to do. Ficker really's wrapped up in a tackle. Mullinger McHugh against Dodd in this contest as Dodd discards him and couldn't quite get the kick away. Damn near got German suplexed in there, and they'll get the free kick for it. As he'll look into the middle, get Ficarelli, he'll take the mark. Handball received, burst through the middle, hit as a kick, but Podesta's there in the 1v1. But this time it's Hancock who wins out. He's done well there. Looks to get it straight back in the middle as quick as they can. Josh Bassetto with the footy, looks inside, missed the kick. So now a chance for Jared Clark, I should say, my apologies. Looks for Podesta, uses his body well. Hancock at the front of the pack, hits the ground. Podesta, left boot, around the corner, marked on the line. Jets have a chance to repel now. They'll look long to Jordan Haynes. He takes the mark, has Mullinger McHugh in the middle, has O'Connor in the middle, has just about everyone in the middle, but they're all short options. He doesn't know what to do. Looks like Happy Feet out there. He's tap dancing Jordan Hayes. Now he looks through the middle, finally finds a target. He takes a mark. Now looking for the lead up of Hudson. Couldn't quite take it. It's out the back. Looking to burst through was the Blues defender. Britton got a fist to the footy, but he's been pinned. It's holding the ball on the edge of the forward 50 mark. And there's the final siren. It won't matter. Croydon are going to win this football match. The only question now is by how much.
Does he sausage this?
So this is a percentage saver here from Lake Tink. He did well to chase down his opponent. Kick from 50 out, dead in front. Kicks on its way. Gee, it looks good.
Yeah, nice.
It is.
Through.
It is a goal, so I'm not sure if some of them down there have heard the siren, but yeah, it is a goal. A bit of after, so it was a big celebration from someone on the line. But Lake Tink has kicked his first of the day. But that's all she wrote here at H.E Parker Reserve. Heathmont 8-8-56, falling by 2 points to the Croydon Blues 8-10-58. Your goal kickers for today, it was 3 for Blair Hudson for Heathmont. Otherwise, singles for the Jets going to Lachlan Spurs, Lake Tink, Braden Bird, Aryan Bajramov and Jack Davidson. On the other side of things, Croydon triumphant today. They had 3 goals to Blake Podesta and then singles to Trent Dodd, Joel Jobling, Corey McKenzie, Josh Pedinella and Jason Pryor. As I'll throw it to Ryan Long, media manager, and also with me in the commentary chair to take us through our post-game coverage now as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll through a few things.
We'll hear from one of the players. Scott Hardy is down at ground level as we get. There is another siren because there is another game after this.
Oh, is there?
For the senior women's competition. Heathmont take on Churnside Park. That's a 4:45 p.m. start, so the two sides will be out there and playing this evening. As I think when touching on this game, there's a lot of good games to go across after the break, and we'll touch on all those scores around the grounds. But,
Boundary.
We've got Fraser Smith down with Scott Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Scott Fraser Smith. Always a pleasure to talk with you. And after what a ripping game of footy, obviously tough conditions, and both sides really, really wanted it.
Yeah, thanks, mate. No, it was definitely a hard-fought win by the boys, but we're getting a bit worried there probably in the first half, particularly in the second quarter. They came out really strong and took some good grabs down the line and probably tried to change the way we played the game and switch the footy a bit. So, But yeah, awesome win.
Yeah, obviously you dug hard in that last quarter, and I felt like you just had that little bit of extra composure. Still, both sides had enough in the tank to give it their all. What was sort of that message in the fourth quarter, and trying to find that win?
Yeah, I think look, we're a little bit depleted at the moment. Probably got a few of our senior boys and some of the bigger boys out, so they're a really big side as well. So we didn't want to kick the ball straight into their hands, but yeah, credit to some of the younger boys for us who really have stepped up, only playing a few games for the year. So.
And we spoke to Rhett pre-game and stuff. He spoke about Blake Podesta, and obviously he stood up for you today. A young kid that's just trying to learn his craft, and obviously getting some good guidance from Rhett.
Yeah, 100%. He it's hard to believe he's only played, I think, 15 or 20 senior games. So yeah, he plays with so much confidence and marks the footy. So yeah, he really bounced back today. He played a really good game.
Thanks for your time. We always appreciate it, and good win, mate.
Yeah, well done to Fraser Smith and Scott Hardy. I'm sure he's going to feature quite heavily in our votes for the Sports Co Eastland Best On Ground Award. And
Fraser or Scott?
Yeah, Scott Hardy might sneak in for one.
I might give
maybe.
him a vote.
Very good, very good.
He's done okay. He's done well down there at ground level, Scott Hardy. But of course, just on this game first, because obviously the two sides about to run out for the senior women's game out here at H.E Parker Reserve, so everyone's got to jump off the field. But I think the side who probably was better for a little bit longer today deserved the 4 points, and that was Croydon. I think Heathmont at stages, particularly in the first half, looked better, but particularly in that second half, that was a really strong performance from the Blues, where looked like they just wanted it more.
Yeah, well, I know they won in the end, but they set this win up in the third quarter, Croydon, where they controlled most of that third quarter. The rest of the game was, there was, when you had momentum, sure, the momentum switched every 10 or 12 minutes, but overall, I think that, Croydon were the better side on the day as you go out the whole game.
Yeah, agreed. There's Rock also coming off for his 300th game umpiring.
Bit of a guard of honour. It's a nice touch.
Yeah, that is very good to see. It's a great achievement to get to.
I'll try and get the song for you, boys. I'm not too sure on reception. We're a bit behind us, so we'll see.
There, Scotty, but yeah, great to see the respect there, and 300 games for Paul Dennis or Rocky. That's a great achievement. As Scott will follow in the Croydon boys out to the change rooms to see if we can hear the song, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Of course, we are finished a little bit earlier today. Bit of a surprise out here. Usually we're right on 5 o'clock by the time we're getting off, but that will give us plenty of time after the break to go through all the scores around the grounds. A lot of interesting games that are still being played out now. Not quite finished a couple of those in Premier Division, so they'll be fascinating to have a look at. We'll also have our awards. We'll have the Sports Co Eastland Best On Ground, and our Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, as I believe
they're just getting to the rooms now.
We've got some audio now down at the Croydon rooms. Celebrating lives. We're going to take a quick break here, and then we'll jump back into all the scores around the grounds. Out here at H.E Parker Reserve, it was the visitors, Croydon, getting across the line by 2 points, 8-10-58 to Heathmont, 8-8-56.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve. All done out here between Heathmont and Croydon, and it was the Blues 8-10-58 defeating the Jets 8-8-56, and we've got the call team assembled up here to break down the game. We've got awards to give out, some scores around the grounds. We're going to do our awards first, and we'll start with our Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. I think there's probably only a couple of contenders late. We saw there was one from Mackenzie, and then I think the other one followed up from I can't remember who kicked that one.
Joel Joblin.
Yeah.
So I would say it's probably out of those two, if anyone has a preference of the two.
Mackenzie, I called it sort of as soon as because we hadn't spoken about Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, and as soon as I saw it, I was like, that is a ripping
That
goal.
was when he come through the corridor. Yeah, that was a good goal.
50. I think in the context of the game, it was probably the biggest one as well.
True.
So I'm happy
it was the moment that they'd certainly swung momentum.
Yep.
So Corey Mackenzie, congratulations. Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. He walks away with a $50 Coles & Myers gift card. For the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground, we do our 1, 2, 3. I haven't actually prepared mine yet, so I don't know if anyone has prepared.
Yeah, I'll go first.
Chris
I've got,
good to go.
I've gone 1 vote to Blake Podesta. I thought he was brilliant today. Probably deserved more than the 1 vote, but I just think although he's kicked 3 goals, there was a chance for him to kick a bag or 5 or 6 today. So, and I also think he probably wasn't helped out in the voting department by the fact that there were that many other players that played so well for them today. I've gone 2 votes for Fraser Smith, the skipper. I just thought he was everywhere across that back line. Obviously, one of the main parts or the main reason that Croydon has had the number 1 rated defence in this division so far and showed it today. And then I've gone 3 votes, Adrian Ficcarelli. I just thought he was absolutely everywhere, going through the middle. Every time they were starting a play or holding possession, he was involved, and I gave him 3. But I have to say, I do want to give an honourable mention to both Sam Milner and Mitch Chappell. I thought they were brilliant today. They just went about their business and were kind of the unsung heroes, obviously, because you have so many players do so well and stand up so much, you kind of lose them in the game. But I thought they were very good today as well.
I'll give it to you, Ray. You've got your 1, 2, 3.
First of all, apologies to Blake Podesta and also to Corey Mackenzie, who were both very, very good. 1 vote I gave to Nathan Mulligan-McHugh. I just thought his first half in particular was absolutely outstanding, and he tried his heart out in the last quarter to get him over the line. So 1 vote to him. 2 votes I gave to the man who, I don't know what's wrong with him. No one goes near him. Fraser Smith, you had to put him in the votes, Why don't players go to him? He's on his own all the time. And so he got my 2 votes, and a different one to you, Chris. I gave 3 votes to Josh Pettinella.
Oh, I forgot all
I
about
just
him.
thought his 4 quarters,
good.
in and under getting the football, I gave him 3 votes.
No, good shout, Ray. I've forgotten all about him, unfortunately.
Scott
Too
Hardy.
many names to look at.
Oh, that might hurt his chances for a Sports Go Eastland Best on Ground voucher. Scott Hardy, your 1, 2, 3 from today's game?
I really am struggling because I felt like, there wasn't the standout. I thought Podesta, I don't know which way I'm going to go, but I've got, I also like Blair Hudson.
Yep.
I thought his game with
good.
the three goals, I'll probably give him 2 votes. I'll give Fraser Smith the 3. He just makes the game, and he was so dominant in that first half. A little bit sort of quiet in the second, but just his leadership around the ground. I know he's always sort of spoken about from there. 3 for Fraser Smith, 2 for Hudson, and 1 for Podesta. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yep. Paul Uconi, 1, 2, 3.
I've gone 1 for Corey McKenzie, 2 for Podesta, and 3 for Smith.
Yeah, I'm going to give Hudson 1. I thought he was probably Heathmont's. Yeah. When they got going, when they looked good, he was lively up forward for them. So
he set him up in the first half.
I thought he gave him a bit of a chance. And
those back, I think he was the back-to-back goal man as well, wasn't he? So
just gave him a bit more a bit more of an option up forward. Getting the 2 to Pettinella, I thought he just stayed. He was consistently good across the afternoon, never gave up. Was it just maybe he flies under the radar as a player, but he is a quite a good player. I've gone the 3 with Fraser Smith. I just thought right from the start, I thought when times were when Heathmont looked in control, particularly in that second quarter, Fraser Smith held his ground, and the amount of intercept marking he does, he sets the play up off the half-back line and just does a whole lot of work, leads from the front. I think for me, there's no doubt we'll give the Smith 3 votes. Yeah. So what does that do?
Fraser Smith by a long way.
Yeah, a great. I mean, across the board, there were. If Heathmont had a 1, I don't know where I would have gone. I guess it would have been Hudson, but I thought the standouts.
Well, I had 1 vote to Mullinger McHugh. Did anyone else give a Heathmont player a vote?
Yeah, I gave Blair Hudson.
Blair Hudson got 3 votes.
Well, fair enough. That was good. But
Yeah, I thought Munju was all right. I thought early
his
on...
His first half was dominant, but he did fade out toward the end.
I think for his impact, he could have the full package, and I just felt it was sort of dribs and drabs sort of through the time. Really promising. I spoke at the half time about him and his movement around the field. Obviously can play sort of various positions and stuff, but probably just needed a few more, and then he might have been in contention.
Yeah, that's right. So congratulations to Fraser Smith, Sports Go Eastland, Best on Ground voucher. And Scott, congratulations for doing the interview properly with Fraser Smith. The last time Fraser Smith was interviewed, Josh was fiddling around with the headset for half an hour to try and set that up.
Was that down at Templestowe?
Yeah, Templestowe. Poor Fraser had to stand outside waiting for Josh to work out what was going on. So it was quick and efficient, and he'll be very pleased with that, as well as winning the Sports Go Eastland Best on Ground.
It's probably why we looked at me a bit strange. You're like, not this again. Not this again. No,
professional. I got 1 for Scotty here, mate. Did I get a vote for picking up that?
Both you and Ryan with the injuries, but with Chris
I need a vote for that one, mate.
Because you were right.
I did pick that up.
When they came down there was only three on, and he never reappeared, sort of thing. So
I just saw him at one stage there. They kicked the ball to the contest, and he went to take off, and he stopped. So it was either a calf or a hammy. And then he just sort of hobbled around, and then I didn't see him again. I didn't see him come off.
And I didn't even sort of see him sort of sitting down with the bench and stuff. And I tell you, there was a lot of pickle juice getting thrown around. I've never seen so much pickle juice. I don't know why the cramps today. A bit of sun over on that
Well, Ryan, just before we go to other games and that, this Heathmont, to me now, it's going to be very, very hard for Heathmont to make finals. I think they can shape the finals, but for them to make finals now, look, they dropped two games now behind the pack, haven't they?
Well, they will, because Mulgrave are going to get up over Lilydale, so it'll be a 2-game game.
So it's going to be very hard for them to play finals, I think.
Well, they're going to now have to while being flawless themselves, they're going to have to rely on probably Mulgrave, maybe Croydon, one of those two sides to really fall off in the second half. Top three's locked in.
Something I'll probably talk about tomorrow as well on the podcast, but I reckon Mulgrave drop out even with a win.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't think they stuck up well enough against the teams above them. And they have those 3 winnable weeks, but now with Heathmont playing better, I don't think they make it. I think if anyone's going to drop out, it's going to be Mulgrave.
I just think that the 1-5 start might be enough to probably cost them.
Just stand over
Someone's shadowboxing themselves in there.
Yeah, they just realised that the camera is just right in the corner there. One of them was licking the window. I don't know how good that is for them, but...
I don't think McCord can stretch that long. We'll tell him
the super box has been inactive.
We'll send Ray at them
today. I'm not sure what the go is there, but
they would put what? They'll put a 8-point gap between Heathmont and Mulgrave if Mulgrave win this one.
Yeah, it'll be So 2 games, 8 points.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work now. Where they win, they potentially, I don't know on percentage, they'd probably still be 6, but they'd be doing a lot better. So, look, they've got. A tough run home, but they're going to be competitive throughout the season. I'm with you, Ray. I just don't know if they're going to get there.
And look, if they did somehow get there, I still can't see them going ahead than one final because, getting there is going to be a journey in itself, and then to come up against the other top 3 sides or so. Yeah. I think they're a class below those sides.
They've sort of got Heathmont over the next few weeks. So they've got Ringwood, East Burwood, into Surrey Park, into Wantirna, into Mulgrave. So round 16, I think that's where it'll sort of probably shape it, and that Mulgrave sort of contest between Heathmont. Heathmont have generally got the upper hand on Mulgrave, even on seasons gone by. So I think that's where it'll make it. And we were saying sort of pre-game that the draw that Mulgrave sort of has over the next 5 weeks is pretty brutal. So look, there's every chance. There's still within their ride, but it's going to be a tight finish, I think, for for that group.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to throw it to Paul for some scores around the grounds because there's some significant ones. Vermont, Berwick. There's a game still in play out at Pat Wright Senior Oval, which is an upset brewing, but. Ray, Paul, go through it. The on Play HQ, the South Croydon East Ringwood result hasn't updated.
Yeah, it hasn't updated for a while, but I did look on, I think, with East Ringwood's Instagram page on their story. They did lead it by 47 points at 3/4 time, but that's the last update we got there. Vermont got up by a kick over Mitcham in the end. A brave effort by they've been in a couple of close games this year, Mitcham against the top sides. Noble Park lead by 3 points against Rowville. Noble Park 8-11-59 to Rowville 8-8-56. Berwick got up by a point over Donny East, 9-7-61 Berwick to Donny East, 9-6-60. And Bolwyn got up over Blackburn in the end. Bolwyn 9-14-68 to Blackburn 6-21-57. So
6-21.
Poor kicking for goal has killed him in that game. But in Division 1 now, Baronia 17-8-110 to Bayswater 4-9-33. Park Orchards 12-9-81 to Montrose 10-10-70. North Ringwood 14-11-95 to Murrelbach 7-11-53. South Belgrave 22-23 155 to Norwood 7-5-47 in.
What you say, Ryan? The 100 point. Yeah, that was the South Belgrave.
Yeah. So always underplay it though.
In Division 2, Mulgrave 14-9-93 to Lilydale 9-14-68. Surrey Park 16-13-109 to Ringwood 9-4-58. Tempe 12-12-84 to Waverley Blues 10-12-72, and Wani South 9-11-65 to East Burwood 5-16-46.
They battled that one out, Wantirna.
Yeah, they certainly did. They did lead early in the last quarter, but Wani South getting the job done in the end. Sylvan getting the job done in the end over the Basin. Sylvan 14-11-95 to the Basin 7-7-49. They nearly beat Sylvan. Sylvan nearly beat Sylvan. Upper Gully 18-13, 121 to Fair Park 6-1-37. Donvale 17-20, 122 to Coldstream 10-5-65. Coldstream challenged them in that first half there, but Donvale getting the job done. Knox 14-12, 96 to Ferntree Gully 4-7-31, and Scoresby 15-11, 101 to Oakley District 8-10, 58. And in Division 4, Bulleen Templestowe getting up over Kilsyth. Bulleen Templestowe 10-12, 72 to Kilsyth 6-9, 45.
Wow.
And Warrandyte 13-15, 93 to Forest Hill 2-6, 18.
Big win for the Bullets. That's a massive one for them. And just want to check that ladder. Sorry, I missed that. The Churnside Park one. Did you?
Didn't get a score from White Horse.
We'll chase that one up. I know Churnside Park at halftime were leading quite comfortably. So assuming they win that game, just quickly trying to see if the ladder's updated. It's now wide open for Croydon, North Emlock, and even Bulleen Templestowe are probably a little bit further behind. But the race of the top four is not done there. Kilsyth have now got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, with that. Look, I don't know. As I pointed out yesterday, mate, I heard that they had so many players missing.
Yeah.
But you don't make excuses for that.
Yeah, there's
full time at the Bull Ring.
Yeah,
you want it? 65 to 56, Ray. Unfortunately, not your way.
1 point. That's okay. That's all right.
Really? The tables turned.
Yeah.
Told you, Noble.
What was the score?
Well, 55 to 56.
9-11-65 to 8-8-56.
Yeah.
Well, I think that
Katie's just down there at the moment. She had to pick up some equipment, so she's. We almost could have got her on for the last five minutes. Yeah. Apparently, it was a.
Well, probably the story out of that too, because Doncaster East lose. Noble Park are going to jump the lines on the ladder. Doncaster East is going to move to 7th. Noble Park will be tied on the same amount of wins as Vermont, and in 5th and 6th. They are now, from a side that we thought at the start of the season might be in trouble of, potentially relegation. They are now a real chance to steal that 5th spot and play finals this year, Paul.
Actually, speaking of relegation, with the result of Berwick getting up by a point over Donny Easton, Mitcham just going down. Berwick got their second win of the year, and Mitcham are still on the 1-win percentage behind Berwick. Where does the relegation battle head from? Obviously still a long way to go, but how do we see that panning out?
Well, they play each other in round 18. So potentially if it could be one of those games that it comes down to who wins that, who gets it. Mitcham, obviously, Berwick win today. It's probably hard to predict what happens from here to them. Both sides are capable of getting upsets, as is proven today. Mitcham falls short, but competitive. Berwick get the win over Doncaster East. So both sides could get a win before
and
them
going
anyway.
forward, if neither side get a win, it's going to be by how much they get defeated by, but on your percentage as the year goes on.
Yeah, that's true.
Mitcham always have that, like we said, having those close sort of contests. They're not getting belted as much as probably.
They've had some close results out at some of the sides that are right up the top of the table in the AFNL, and they do have a favourable run coming up in the next couple of weeks. They got East Ringwood next week at home, which you probably favour East Ringwood, but then again you never know. They've got Baldwin out at Baldwin, but then they got Noble Park and Donny East both at Walker Park in the next couple of weeks.
Did you get that final score at Noble Park? Because I got it here. Noble Park 9-11-65 to Roval 8-8-57.
Yes.
That doesn't add up, Ray.
Sorry, I'm checking.
Well, that's what I got.
8-8-56.
That's what's it say?
8. That's
9-11-65 to 8-8-50. I'm only reading what's here.
Whoever's seen it is a little bit skewed.
Even numbers.
Well, I saw that. I saw that result, and I thought that can't be right.
Did that come from Blake Channel?
No, it's 8-8-50. It should be 8-8-56.
56. Okay, fair enough. That doesn't matter.
Not 4 points.
No.
We'll certainly have a lot to discuss tomorrow in the Weekend Recovery podcast, which Chris and Ray, you're both out at tomorrow.
Yep.
Down at Eastland House. good to obviously chat about this weekend's.
And we've got a final score from South Croydon, East Ringwood. East Ringwood getting the win over South Croydon. East Ringwood 15-9-99 to South Croydon 6-4-40.
So another big win for East Ringwood that keeps them on top of the ladder, and now a game clear of Blackburn, who go down. So a lot of talking points across the division. We've still got a bit of time before we wrap up here. So back on this game, of course, if you're just tuning in, if you're listening on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM on your drive home from the local grounds, Heathmont fell short by 2 points, 8-8-56 to Croydon 8-10-58. And this is a game the Jets led at three-quarter time, and it was tight throughout the afternoon, but particularly in that second quarter, Scotty, it did look like the Jets. We sat here at half-time and thought the Jets looked like the side that could open this one up.
Well, it's interesting. I just had a chat to Scott as it was coming out from half time at the start of third quarter, and he felt that just if they got that first goal, that was going to get them underway. Unfortunately, it sort of didn't come ahead like that, and Croydon sort of came out firing. So credit, like I said, that composure probably from Croydon, just found that extra little bit, especially in that last quarter, and sort of didn't ever give up throughout the day when it was looking probably that Heathmont with those back-to-back goals. But that's all it was, just that back-to-back goal gave him that little bit of buffer, and then it was a goal-for-goal contingent until Croydon did back-to-back similar.
Yeah. Scotty, from up here, and I know you were down on the ground level, but from up here, from what I saw of that game, my criticism of Heathmont is that when they haven't got the ball, they don't work hard enough. They don't work hard enough. And here's an example: was at one stage they had the ball on the back 50, they switched once, they switched twice, they switched to the win, which is great football. But the players on this side of the ground don't move to the midfield, and they could have continued that on. And they just look lazy at certain stages. And even in the first quarter, I thought their forward 50 didn't work hard enough keeping the ball in.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think Scott Hamill sort of alluded to that, just sort of saying that, like, especially in his three-quarter huddle, just that there was more left in the tank. He felt like his group just wasn't sort of, up and about like they had been previously. And he sort of felt they weren't really there to support each other when the little one-on-one sort of wins were coming their way. They weren't really getting around each other, and you sort of felt that the mood and stuff was a little bit off. So I think they'll be really, really disappointed. It's a game they could have easily won, no doubt about that. I think you're right, Ray. They needed to take a little bit more courage going through the middle of the ground. Both sides, I felt, used the switch and the wing most of the game. There wasn't really much middle sort of play, and it was interesting sort of with those votes as well. Like, it didn't feel like there was a lot of congestion with the mids, and there wasn't really any mids that sort of stood out as much as probably the forwards or the key backs and stuff like that, which is why we obviously gave the votes the way we did. So I felt that that probably component of their game they could have changed sort of on the fly. Whether they had the belief in it or not, I'm not too sure. But it was a tough contest, on both sides, and both sides had equal right to get the 4 points.
Yeah, I agree. And I think a lot of players from Heathmont probably came in and out of the game at different stages. We talked about Hudson and how good he was in those second and third quarters. Mullins Mahue was big at stages during the game. Guys, I think Lake Tink probably stepped up a bit in that second half. I thought he was, pretty important for the side. And probably for Croydon, they had maybe a few more contributors across the afternoon who played the full 4 quarters and played it well. Pettinella was one of those just underrated players down at the club who I thought fought hard, all afternoon. The two Mackenzies, both Matt and Corey, deserved their raps for their performance on the week, performance today. And up forward, I thought the young Podesta was a great target.
Yeah, I was just going to say as well with Chris, when you were sort of saying what did you rate of his game, I thought it was a really, really good game. I felt his lead up probably pushed him in those wide angles, so he wouldn't get as probably the easiest sort of goals, and that's probably why he was 0-4 at one stage. But after speaking to Fraser and obviously only having 15 games games as a senior. Like, there's so much growth for him. He's such a big lad, and like we were saying down back, for his opponent, like just sort of ragdolled him at a stage there and had most of control through most of the game. But he's a key for Croydon going forward and making finals and doing something within finals, because his scoring is just outstanding. A strong mark, a good kick, and big body.
Yeah, absolutely. And just before we go and close things out, for Croydon, where they sit fourth, it's still going to be hard for them to finish in the top three because they're still a couple of games behind Surrey Park. But they finished fourth last year and made a grand final, so we know they can get on a run. There's some key players that won't return to this side or potentially might, but it might be late, it'll be touch and go. But they are certainly, I think, a final side, and I think they can win a couple of finals. Don't think they're going all the way this year. I think
they
are,
but they still have that ghost that haunts them. They only kicked 8 goals again today, and if you're going to come up in the finals against some of these other sides, 8 goals is never going to win you a final. I'm sorry.
Particularly Templestowe and Wanturna South are two very high attacking sides.
Well, we said that pre-game that their average over the last 5 games for Croydon is 60.2, and they nailed it sort of 58. So
but they don't mind this, do they? They love this type of scoreline.
That's right. Yeah, I know. But finals with the better grounds, the terrific conditions, the higher score in finals.
Yeah, correct. And I think the only thing that keeps them well within their rights is that sort of backline defence that keeps them the opponent well less than what they would regularly score. Yeah. Like I said, Heathmont was much better scoring side over the last 5 rounds than Croydon are by at least 20 points, and to keep them to just under a 2-point win.
But if you're in Scotty Hamill's, if you're in the other Croydon's book, we don't care if we only kick 8 goals as long as the opposition only kicks 7.
Yep.
So,
or kick 8 goals 8, and we'll kick 8-10.
Right. Yeah,
so that's what's all that matters. We're going to start to wrap things up here. Paul Uconi, thanks again for your hard work doing all the scores. A lot of close games to keep an eye on, and great work from you.
Thank you.
What's on for tonight for you? More footy?
Probably just a quiet night in, probably some gaming and stuff.
Very good, Paul. Ray Baird in the special comments chair. Great to have you, obviously, in tomorrow at Eastland House.
Yeah, I'll be there, no worries, talking about all games, even including the one down at Pat Wright Senior Oval. That's all right.
That's right. He's still coming in. He's not Blake Tennant who bails out if the D's have a shocker. It will be good to see you. What's on tonight, mate?
No, nothing on tonight. Nothing at all. No, I'll wait and see what happens.
Okay, we'll keep that. Scott Hardy as well. Great to have you back this weekend. A fantastic job on the boundary pre-game. When are we seeing you next?
You never know. You never know when you're going to get the appearance again. So we'll see. I make it count when I'm here, and I've enjoyed it today. It's been a really good contest and good footy and good weather. So I was pleased about that. So I might get. Yeah.
That was your saying the other day.
I might get home and watch the second half of another magnificent side in Hawthorn. So we'll see.
Yes, Hawks on at the moment in the club rooms in front over North Melbourne. Chris Cordes is another Hawthorn supporter, so I'm sure you might tune into that second half. But what's on for you tonight?
I'll hopefully planning to go swing by, see the grandparents, see how they are. But they'll have to wait till after the Hawthorn game. So
yeah, very good. We'll certainly see how they go this afternoon. Thank you to Megan Green, Lee Green, who's finishing up here. What time do you get out of here, Lee?
We'll finish just after 6. It's we're pretty down pat with our timing for packing up.
You won't be joining the behind the glass.
No, I think I'll give the
super box.
The super box.
I'll give the super box.
What's on for you tonight, Ryan?
A couple of quiet beers, Paul. I reckon.
Yeah,
a couple of quiet ones. We'll see. Depends if Heathmont happy to shout here, and I might.
Then it might be more than a couple, and they won't be quiet.
And I might keep the car parked for and pick it up tomorrow on the way to Eastland House, but we'll see. Of course, a big thank you to Megan Green, who'd filmed both games. Kate Green down at the women's, as well as Oscar, who was down there. And we're going to close things out here at H.E Parker Reserve in the Eastland match of the round. Division 2 clash between 4th place Croydon and 6th place Heathmont. It was the Blues, the visitors, getting across the line 8-10-58 to Heathmont 8-8-56. Thank you for your time.